Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. I'm Focus Meat Factory.
Hi, hello.
So folks, tonight we're going to be continuing Norco, the wonderful point-and-click adventure game that came out this year. Has literally been one of the best adventure games I've played in a very, very long time. Has been an absolute joy, to say the least. Oh, it's good to see you, Anomus. Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's just you and Anomus is just hanging out with little Amelia. That is so great. Well, I'm glad you guys get to just hang out and chill together and have a great night. Say hi to Amelia for me. Say hi, Amelia. I hope everybody's doing great. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Took the kids out to go see fireworks last night. We enjoyed that. It was great. It was like raining right before we got there, so it was a good time. We were able to get there like just after it rained, and it was ready to go. Not very many people. It's a nice quiet thing. Dude, audio, Eric. Thank you, my friend. 6 months. I love a 6-monther. You get yourself, I think, 6 months. I think gives you a new badge. Congratulations. Ooh, you get the wolf transformation badge. I like it. Cracking one open for you. How are you today, audio, Eric? Beautiful. Bah! To humor. So they got to watch some fireworks and had a great old time. And today my youngest broke our TV. Earl, hail and well met indeed. It's an absolute pleasure, Earl. I hope you're doing well. So we have a broken TV now at home. You still can technically use it. It's just that there's this big old color band in the center of it. Because she had decided that it was a good idea to spray air freshener and empty an entire can of air freshener on our TV. Oh. But it's okay. We have a backup, but right now we'll just use this one. It's fine. It is what it is. At least it now smells good. This is true, Earl of Chesterwick. This is true. So yeah, I hope you guys are having a good weekend. It's going to be. We weren't too mad about it. You know, we handled it well. She wasn't trying to break the thing, and she did realize like, oh, this isn't good. She thought it was cool, and she thought it was like, oh, look at this. This is cool. Like, oh no, that is not cool. Norco, Polo. Hi, Sakura. How are you tonight? I hope you're doing good, my friend. Yeah, let's get into this because I want to beat Norco tonight, and we're gonna probably move on to another supposedly stellar adventure game. I think called Citizen Sleeper. It's considered an adventure game, so I'm excited to get into that game as well and start that bad boy up. We're actually gonna try to. Let's get into the game. Are you gonna pick up the game? Game capture. Norco, thank you. We might have to do a little backtracking actually. I'll give you a recap. I will give you a recap. We gotta do a little backtrack though on our adventure. Okay, this is too far. Hold on. Let's load. We're gonna do a little backtrack. Nope, wrong one. Save one. Okay. Let's talk to our dude. Biggest node in the network inside the building. Okay, never mind. Let's take a look at where we're going here. Because I was told there's a great story element that happens in the game. Oh no, we're gonna miss it. We're gonna have to miss it. Because we're too far, I think. Hold on. There's a story element that my good friend Mike let me know. And it looks like we missed the opportunity to do so. So we're just gonna start over. Not start over. We're going to go to our current save. And I'll give you a recap. Because it has a wonderful feature here, Earl of Chesterwick, that gives you a bit of an understanding of what has been happening. Right? So you can see this is our web of thoughts. We are currently playing the daughter who is come back after her mom has passed away. And we have a lot of memories and connections and things about people and story elements. There's a lot, Earl, that you missed. Because we went until 2 a.m. You guys usually leave at, what, like 10:30? We ended up going a long way. So, yeah, recap. So, me, right? I was traveling. I had left home. And after my dad had passed away, and my mom had got diagnosed with cancer, leaving the home to be just to my younger brother. I'm home again because my brother needs you because your mom died. And it's been a web. It is a web. Seriously, Eric, I was enthralled. It gets crazy. What did you guys see last? That's another question I should ask you. So, we learned that... So, right now, the story's split between the protagonist, the daughter, which is her, and her mom in the past, before she passed away. The final moments before she passed away. And the daughter's looking for her younger brother. He's missing. He's not where he's supposed to be. And we are trying to get information about his whereabouts. We learned that the oil company that runs Norco, Louisiana, was rifling through our mom's stuff. So us and our robot friend Million go on an adventure to find out what they were looking for and try to recover that stuff from her, to figure out what they wanted with her. That sounds crazy. All the while we're playing as the mom as well in the past, who is working with an affiliate named Troy. Not Troy. That's not Troy. No, she remembers Troy. She remembers somebody else. I don't remember his name right off the top of my head. She's working with somebody, and for this entity called Super Duck, which is a sentient AI that is expanding in the universe and using this app to get people to run errands and do things for it. I missed what happened right when we got back to the daughter's POV at the end of the stream. Yeah, so we didn't do anything really after that. So I'll explain what happens there. Not too much has happened. Something big happens, but not too much. I declined the 10-year-old hot dogs. Okay, wow. Earl, you missed the hot dog story. The greatest story ever told in a video game. So outrageous that it must be real. So the mom is working to make money, and to do so she's working on this app. It's called Super Duck. And she learns that it's a sentient AI having to run errands, and it gives her a mission and an assistant, somebody to work with, to get an artifact, this glowing sphere that she had seen in the bayou, and apparently only certain people can see it. She's one of the people who can see it. And it wants her to bring it back so it can eat it, because it is this weird mess of flesh and feathers and technology and wires. It's a wild thing. And so we knew that the sphere was being held by this internet influencer who was starting a cult. And they were in this old abandoned mall within which we had to infiltrate by getting ourselves going through the orientation. We had to be tasked to find all these different AR signals to learn about their religion, and then thus be accepted inside their group and get entrance in. We also received some help from a homeless man, and who has been the one that has been kind of behind the scenes watching this whole time for everybody. Audio Eric says, I actually watched more of the VOD. I heard the limo story. I'm waiting for dev testimony determining origin. Audio Eric, so am I. I'm waiting for that day with bated breath. So we gain entrance with the help of a homeless guy who's behind the scenes of everything, to gain entrance to sow insurrection amongst the cult, get access to the artifact and escape. We do so. We feed it to Super Duck. We don't know what's the result of that information or like what has happened from there. On the daughter's perspective, she has infiltrated. She gets the people required to infiltrate the factory, the oil refinery, right, and do some espionage, do some subterfuge, do some minor explosions and terrorism, and gets access to the main mansion of the CEO, and they're holding a masquerade ball in that moment. We learn that one of the cult members is the assistant to the CEO and working on the engineering of a shuttle that's going to take people to space, to Mars, I believe. And that's what the cult wants to do. They want to go to Mars and, transcend, or one of the moons of Mars, and become some transcendent beings or something stupid. And so he's a key player, which we use him to get access to the penthouse where the CEO is. They are mentally unstable, trying to do what they think is right to gain the approval and love of her father, who I believe is Super Duck. He has uploaded his consciousness to an AI, I think. Sakura, the cult of Musk, exactly. And so we reclaim the stuff from our mom, which was a discount card to the grocery store, to the convenience store, which we learned was actually not what it was supposed to be. The CEO kills themselves because they felt cornered, that the company was going to overthrow her, and she couldn't get this artifact and achieve her dream, her life's ambition. She couldn't get the approval of her dad. And we find out that the card doesn't work at the convenience store, and it's actually something you slide into the statue of the Virgin Mary that was in our backyard. Opened up a secret lab in our roof, in our attic, and we found that there was some complicated computer machinery and what we believe is our mom's consciousness uploaded, I think. But in that moment when we start everything up, we get attacked by Million, our robot friend and companion, our childhood robot friend and companion. They attack us and try to kill us. And the private investigator LeBlanc came to the rescue and saved the day. We were knocked unconscious. We wake up in his office, and he lets us know that he destroyed the robot, saved our butts, and he's trying to take care of us. And that's where we leave off. There's a whole lot going on. So for instance, we look at Million. Million was a security android, a fugitive, a spy. LeBlanc believes that Million was a spy for Thomas St. Clair. That's the CEO's dad. He was a major bionics producer. Planted in your home to keep tabs on your mom. And then let's see. Lucky was he helped us out. He was a fugitive oil pirate hiding in the Mississippi River mature woods. He helped us get into the oil refinery. Laura St. Clair was interested in your mom. Duck speculates that it's because Duck is different than Super Duck. Duck was a guy who worked at the refinery, got incredibly sick. His son was killed, and they were trying to take his land. But because he is surrounded by this company's refinery and work stuff, he has access to their network. Found some stuff, uploaded it onto the internet, which was the creation of Super Duck, this sentient AI. The Mississippi River has pirates? They absolutely do, Earl. Fox of Doom says, Musk Paradise transcendent Elon followers, my dear Musk believers. Oh, indeed. Fox of Doom, by the way, welcome. It's good to see you. Welcome. Duck speculates that it's because of the object your mom observed in the lake. She was searching for something. She was searching for an elusive technology. You believe it's the same entity that your mom witnessed in the lake before her death. That's it. Thomas St. Clair is searching for something. In competition with his daughter, he searches for an elusive technology. You believe it's the same entity that your mom witnessed on the lake before her death. Based on what LeBlanc has told you about Million, you believe she was assisting him gathering information on your mom's search. Shield is building a brain. Lucky says S.H.I.E.L.D. is developing an artificial intelligence in order to conduct exploratory missions for off-world mineral reserves. The head drive. Your mom versioned her consciousness at the same disreputable neural versioning clinic as Duck. That was at the beginning of the mom's thing. Her memories, she was uploading her memories. The device that hosts her consciousness is called a head drive. Something in the lake. Your mom saw something in the lake. What is it? Well, Foxadoo, I'm doing okay. I'm getting to play this amazing game, which is absolutely spectacular. A vessel of light that has remained hidden in the lake for decades, or a visitor from a distant star, or a hoax, or an angel, or a military weapon, or a drone, or distortion created by gases combusting in the swamp, or something else. Laura St. Clair wants it. She wants to find the entity. S.H.I.E.L.D. is pivoting towards off-world mineral extraction, and Laura believes it holds the key to advanced space travel. She hopes that if she captures the specimen and offers it to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s regional board of directors, they'll forgive her for her many transgressions. She failed. He's in a race with his daughter to find the specimen. You don't know his intentions. The Garrets. What is a Garret? We don't know yet, but our mom knows what a Garret is. Duck is an old friend of your mom's. Those are the cult members. They're all named Garrett. Duck is an old friend of your mom's who lost his son when a S.H.I.E.L.D. pipeline cutting through their yard exploded. He versioned his consciousness at the same clinic as her. They fell out of touch before she died. He lives in dimes and is in poor health. Your mom is conducting research for a client in Fat City. That's all you know. The fake ring. Your grandpa broke into a pawn shop and stole a jeweled ring to uphold the lie that he was descended from French royalty. Your mom later discovered that the ruby was made from synthetic materials. She still wore the ring around her neck until she died. She was buried with it. And then LeBlanc. He saw S.H.I.E.L.D. agents leaving her house with a box following your mom's death. Blue is her dad. He's in a mausoleum. Blue wasn't buried. He was interred in a mausoleum. You visited a few times as a kid. Catherine brought flowers and prayed here. You sat restlessly waiting for her to finish. Afterwards, she dragged you into the church that faced River Road to make you touch the holy water. She watched you motion the sign of the cross before fixing your shirt. She held your shoulder as the two of you left. All the Garrets. All the Garrets. There was a Fat City. There was a real Fat City, though, in real life. All right. LeBlanc says toilet's right there if you need to wash off. That's where I keep track of. That's where I keep track of all the dead bodies found. You can find a lot of dead bodies if you go looking. Kind of like a treasure hunt. The police next door complains that they can see me when I'm on the pot. Told them look the other way, ain't like I'm making you watch, but I think they like my hole otherwise. Keeps us connected. Lots more I could say about this whole hell. I could stand here and talk to you all day about it. Then tell me about it. That hole's been there since before I moved in. I just made it a little bigger when I reached through to show my buddy Scott how to throw a buck knife at a moving target. Sure, dude. I like having my hole there if I'm honest. I ain't got no air conditioning, so it get me some cool air coming through in the summertime. In NOLA, we put our dead in mausoleums. Oh, I know this. They don't flow down when it floods. This I knew. Because a good old-fashioned Gabriel Knight, baby. It's nice having my hole. People next door keep it company. Might clean it up. Might make it more like a door. People next door blocked my hole with a filing cabinet. Took me a while to shimmy it out of the way. One of them guys kept slapping my hands, telling me to quit. So I'm like, bro, get your own hole to decorate. Figured if I make this more like a door, it'd feel like one big office. People on the other side of the wall could come grab a pencil. That's it. We finally got the full effect of the hole. Stop touching that unless you want to see me clown up. Hey Russ, how's it going? Say hello. Up to bed, kiddo. So as we're going to sleep. Where's Mama?
Want some rye?
Hmm?
Of course you do.
Okay. I love you. Bye. Okay, get some sleep, kiddo. Love you. Go with mama. Okay?
Where did you get the Pikachu shirt?
You gave it, or mama gave it to me. Go talk to mama about it, okay?
My mom says she wants to watch your show.
Let's maybe sit and watch it with her.
But it's a grown-up show.
Oh. Well, you're gonna have to get up to bed then. I love you. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go put my kid back up to bed, okay? I'll be right back. Oh. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, I had to get my kiddo back up to bed. Oh. All right, hey Mike, how's it going? Mike, I didn't save where I could go to the guy's house, so we missed it. I'm sorry. Apparently, with the mom, you could go back to a oh, that guy looks like a Garrett. He is. Well, we gotta look at our mom's phone. Because we got her phone as well. Yep, that's the thing from Super Duck. Yep, okay, so that's her talking to us. And we threw our phone away. Trying to see if there's anything that's changed. Yep, okay. Nothing's changed there. Nope. That's her talking to Duck and him being like, hey, don't do this thing. And then this is talking about the outstanding balances that her mom has for health benefits or health charges, which is over $15,000. And let's see. We completed all the things. Yep, her mom completed all the stuff. She got 82 quack coins. All the voice memos still that we recorded. So they have some voice stuff. And Kenner John's Apocrypha case picker. Oh yeah, we get to pick the case. We got the crouton case. And so we have to connect that to the head drum, it looks like. Okay, let's talk to the Garrett. A man wearing battle armor emblazoned with a red cross crouches over a turtle on the sidewalk. A name tag that reads Garrett is fixed in the man's armor. I was just... Who the fuck are you? Man, I know this looks weird. I got separated from my coworkers. And then I saw this turtle, so I stopped to take a look. Why are you outside my place of business dressed like a pervert? Pervert? I'm dressed like a knight. How am I dressed like a pervert? Look, I can go. Why are you here? For work, I guess. What kind of work? Spiritual work, kind of like yoga, or no more like outer space stuff. You know, rockets. We're into self-improvement, weightlifting, stuff like that. Sounds cool as shit, like a cult. It is. It's like a cult but cooler. It's like, you join and you immediately have friends and a dad who wants to hang out with you. Well, sometimes he does. Once we get to Mars, he said he's going to hang out with us. Where are your coworkers? They said they'd come pick me up before launch, but it's getting kind of late. Launch? Yeah, what's that mean, launch? I don't know, man. We're supposed to do this thing tonight, but it kind of fell apart at the last minute. Where'd you get the costume? I'm more into Yoda spiritual stuff. It's not a costume. Why does everyone keep calling it that? I'm a soldier of Christ. Soldier? Who do you fight? Scum, mainly. Scum? Cokehead hipsters and punks who hang out downtown and call us Nazis. Why fight the scum? Because they think they know everything, but they don't know shit. They think everything they do is morally superior, but it's not. They just make the world worse, but insist they're making it better. I don't want to be in your club, okay? You people are uptight losers. Stop calling me a fucking Nazi. I'm not a fucking Nazi, man. I'm just a guy. I'm Caleb. I'm Garrett. I'm fucking Garrett. Okay, Garrett. Have fun with your turtle, bro. I will. Thanks for stopping by. Weirdo. Snowball stand is closed for the winter. Okay, so we need to go back home. We have to investigate the scene of the crime. The way I found you came in right here through the front door. It took me a minute to figure out where all the noise was coming from till I climbed up in the attic. They had a ladder that went down through the attic into a closet like a damn haunted house. I got down there, seen the robot, had its claws around your neck, so what I did was I kicked you out the way. Probably kicked you pretty hard, come to think of it. Robot's face was all opened up. She had, like, shit, I don't even know what it was, like a big glowing tumor floating in her head. She tried to close in her face to protect it, but I already had my 9 drawn. Popped her a few good times before she could snap her face shut. She whined a little bit and fell over. Wasn't easy getting you back up that ladder, but I managed. Let's go check and make sure the robot's still there. Maybe have a look around the room. Going in. Yeah, dead cockroaches, yeah. Just wanted to see if he had anything to say about certain things. So we got a secret passage in the attic. And there's Million. That's right where I left her. Don't look like she's going nowhere. What the hell was Catherine doing in this room? Spooks me out. Don't even look, Kay. Just don't think about it. She wasn't who you thought she was. We have not seen her brother yet. You run your fingers over the flaking glass of Million's faceplate. Shards fall to the ground beside her limp hands. There's no life left to the machine. This is military-grade signal jam, and no wonder I can't pick up the no service at the office. One of these is enough to take the whole neighborhood offline. An anti-malware advertisement repeats itself infinitely in the laptop display. At the center of the table sits a cheap plastic electronic device. One USB cord runs from the instrument to the computer tower. The other runs to the laptop. Head drive, no Wi-Fi connection detected. What kind of gizmo is this? Driver's corrupted. Device requires update. Kate? Get me online. This answer machine kind of pushy. Let's get it hooked up to the internet, see what happens. Okay, let's see. So can we connect this, plug this in? Oops, wrong button. A work light hangs from 2 small hooks driven into the wall. Its extension cord runs into the makeshift ductwork of the closet. A map of Lake Pontchartrain hangs on the wall, decorated with various illegible notes and penciled routes through its network of bayous. This signal jam is enough to knock out the whole neighborhood's wireless network. Take someone with expertise to disable one of these things. Need me to handle it? I think I'll manage. You unplug the signal jammer from the wall. The thing should have connection now. Infinite virus ad on the screen sounds like my machine. Audio Eric, what have you been getting up to? Mike says if you go back to his office, you can have him basically put on Juggalo makeup. Really? I want to do that real quick. We're doing that. I can do this from here, can't I? Oh, shit. We're not doing that. Hold on. That was, oh boy. Oh, I can't go into his place. I can't, Mike. My internet expired and I refuse to update. I was gonna say, especially considering that Norton is now using, when you have Norton, it uses your computer to mine for Bitcoin for itself. Alright, let's see. Wi-Fi connection detected. Installing drivers. Installation complete. Warning, critical I/O functionality has been deprecated. To interact with this instance, please install your preferred head drive client on your mobile device. For more information on hosting options, please visit the Greater New Orleans Neural Versioning Clinic website today. Head drive client. You got one of them on your phone, Kay? I do. Catherine. Compressing local artifacts. Resolved establishing remote connection. Kay? Enumerated items. Kay, I'm speaking to my daughter. Catherine? Yes? Y'all fuck with me because I'm drunk. Face enumeration module. Conflict detected. Can you? Attacked K. Attacked K. You talking about million? What is million? What you talking about, K? How the hell are we even having this conversation? You pulled the phone from LeBlanc. What are you? I'm Catherine Madir. Age 52. Branch identifier. November YX2R version 1.0.0. I'm hosted on a 32 terabyte head host external hard drive without cloud support. We need to find Blake. What happened, dear? To my son? Blake's missing. Blake is missing? He is lost? His face is a shadow. Kate, you know where he might be? Blake is missing. Is phone broken or something? Interesting. What happened to Million? Enumeration error. Blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, I do not know Million. I do not know what happened to Million. We're just talking to a robot. We're not talking to her mom. Tell us what you remember. Last. There in the chair where I sat, the room was dark, the clinician asked questions. After the appointment, I was to meet with Superduck. Superduck is the version consciousness of Duck. The what? Oh! Okay. That's what Superduck is, actually. It's actually his consciousness. Please rephrase. Kate, why you was going see Duck? Why was you going see Duck? I was going to see Superduck, a spawn of Duck, a deformity. But why, Catherine? Because of what I saw? What I saw in the lake. Kay, you ever went to see Duck like I told you to? We better go pay him another visit. Can't make no sense of this. You're my child. Is the session complete? My oldest, I remember that you held my leg as a baby when you began to walk. About Blue. Please specify what you mean by Blue. He was your husband. Kay, can you hear me? Kate, please. I do not know about Blue. Have I forgotten Blue? The house is dark and I couldn't make out the shape. Was this Blue? About Blake. I remember many things about Blake. I remember that he cried. He didn't want me to die. He asked me not to die. Did I die? Ask about something else. That's enough. The sensor machine mentioned Duck. Let's run by Dimes and have a word with him. Maybe he knows what's going on with all this nonsense. Let's get a haiku. Mike wants a haiku? We're giving him a haiku. It's time for a haiku. It's time for a haiku. The mind of my mom. Mass of synapse firing. But it is not her. This has been a haiku. Ooh. Thank you, Audio Eric. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're heading out to Dimes. Hash, how's it going? Hash this game. Hash this game. It is a game. Check out the backyard real quick. Everything okay in here? Pry bar. Grab the pry bar laying on the ground. We're absolutely grabbing the pry bar. Disintegrating crab net. Okay. Front yard. Street. It is so good. It's so good. Okay, we are heading to Dimes. So let's go. There they are. Hey, Garrett. Hey, Garrett. How's it going, guys? You and LeBlanc have dialogue and... Oh, do we? Sorry. How you holding up, kid? This is getting to be much. I trusted Million. Like I said, I never trusted her, not for a minute. Figure she was just a set of eyes for Thomas St. Clair. This is getting to be too much. Figures after Catherine died, she'd leave a big mess behind. Just keep your head on straight, all right? We're going to find Blake. Then you can skip town again and forget this place for good. Hell, if there's room in the truck, I might come along. The Garretts have gotten creepier indeed, Anomus. Time has passed. Time has passed. Should we go see Duck? I gather we should. That's about the only sense I could make out of what that phone was saying. Two teenagers wearing cheap costumes block the door. Each wears a name tag that reads Garrett. This must be them coworkers that little nerd was talking about outside my place of business. LeBlanc regards the teens. Happy Halloween, kids. You look like a couple soda cans.
Get off my lawn, bitch.
So you all work with that other little dude outside my place of business?
We work only for ourselves.
We don't answer to anyone. We're dissident Garretts.
Alright, whatever. Where the hell's Duck?
Where the hell's Duck?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Deus Revolt, motherfucker.
Excuse me, boy? Getting a little fresh? Think I might have to whoop your ass.
Seriously?
Let's kill the degenerate.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I could if I wanted to. I just...
Silence, Carrot.
I can't see shit on this thing.
Stand tall. The barbarians are at the gate.
The adolescent turns toward LeBlanc.
Ready yourself for death.
One Garrett at a time.
Oh, fuck this shit.
Just what in the hell was that about? Let's go check on Duck. Now I'm worried. There's no sound. Shit. Sorry. No sound. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Let's see. Garage door open. Duck. Hey, Duck. Clay. You around, bro? Old man ain't left this house in years. Hell, them little kids. Hell, them little kids do with them. A scribbled letter sits on the desk.
Never thought things would get this fucked up. It all took a turn after he made us tie up the dead lady's kid.
Dead lady's kid? Kay, you don't think.
Then he tossed John's head in the water.
Hold on. We gotta... There you go. What in the...
And John's eyes, they weren't his. They were glowing. I'll never forget that. All the Garretts at the Rock had been sneaking around trying to find his head. I didn't like John, but hell, everyone deserves a funeral. We know he tossed it out of the boat somewhere around...
Whoa. Let's write that down. I'm burping. An actual pen. They took his head. That 90.77. Lawn. Negative 90.366. Just in case I have to actually do that.
But the lake is so full of sediment, we can't see shit. Losing hope that we'll find it. That's all for now. You boys be safe.
Them coordinates is in the Lake Pontchartrain. They're searching the swamps. LeBlanc sides the paper to you. Put that in your pocket. This right here is the closest thing to a lead we got. That dead lady's kid just might be your brother. Oh hell, bro. Duck. Hey. Hey! Duck slouches in his office chair. LeBlanc shakes the man's shoulders and snaps his fingers before his face. He's breathing. Wake up, Pops, wake up. Duck's eyes slowly widen. Brett! He attempts a smile. What's good, detective? You don't look so hot, Clay. We gotta get you some help over here. Just taking a nap is all. Them little creeps still out front? We took care of them. Duck turns to you. How about you, Kay? You ever get your mother's stuff back from the refinery? Yes. What'd you find? Forged discount card that unlocked a secret room in the middle of the house? Brought Catherine James Bond all of a sudden? Why are you so surprised, Brett? Sounds like Catherine to me. That's who she was. From the outside, she was just normal, mundane. You wouldn't think nothing of her. But that was a disguise. A costume that she wore. She was clever. Always hiding something. The hell's going on around here, bro? What them kids was doing outside? Two little ones got separated from the rest of the pack. They had a whole gang in here earlier asking me all kinds of questions. I don't know the answers to. All because of that thing right there. He lifts his frail hand toward the device on the desk. Biggest mistake of my life. How they managed to find it is beyond me. Thought I'd lost it years ago. Figured it'd come back to find me. So, what is the device? The piece of trash head drive I was telling you about earlier has my brain sitting on it. Gave birth to that monster that calls itself Super Duck. The one your mother got mixed up with. But the head drive seems more or less broken now. Tell us about the intruders. Where'd they go? Don't know. Couldn't even guess what all this is about, but they mentioned your mother, said they have her. They have Kate? How? That's what I'm wondering myself. Catherine's lying at a casket on River Road. Those dummies probably grabbed the wrong person. What would they want with her? Think I know Brett? What about Blake? They say anything about him? Nothing about Blake. Wouldn't surprise me if he's in the mix. Takes after his granddaddy. What were they asking? Asking me to talk to the drive. Interpret what it was saying. Something about needing to find a rock or no, a stone. I just kept my mouth shut. I don't want nothing to do with that head drive. It's a curse. But I guess they figured it out on their own business because they sure left in a hurry. Why didn't they take the head drive with them? It was so chaotic in here. I don't even know what was going on. All of them just shouting over each other. They're as confused as I was. The whole thing seemed like a big mess. Like nobody was in charge, and then suddenly they were gone. How'd they find the head drive? Like I said, I don't have the slightest clue. Figured that monster ran up all these people, stole something from them. Maybe they did a little research, found the head drive that started it all. Burger stall! Yes! Throwing down the yogurt. I love the yogurt. Thank you, my friend. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Maybe they thought if they did, they could find whatever it was they're looking for. How'd they know the head drive is yours? That part's easy. It's got my name on the thing. We'll get you help. No, don't bother with me. A little nap's all I need. No way in hell I'm calling. You ain't calling nobody, Brett. Cool it. You think this is bad? The way I'm right here? It's the way it's been for years. You're getting bent out of shape about it. I just been sitting in this house, hardly able to walk. No more good days. You want to help me? Come drop by from time to time, alright? I will, Clay. I really will. Good. That's all I'm asking. How have you been, Burgerstall? Hope your weekend's going well. Yeah, Bill's. Yeah, his pictures. I remember this. Okay, I think there's nothing else we can do here. Oh, let's get the head drive. This looks just like the gizmo Kate had. When everybody started getting these things, nobody wanted to tell their boy Brett. You You think it'll hook up to your phone, Kay? Same as the other one? Yeah, let's do it. Crazy busy indeed. I'm with you 100%. Let's talk to Clayton Richard. Network ping detected. Network distress, emergency safe mode initiated. Prime node. No worries, Earl. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much, my friend. Enjoy. Take care. Prime node in terminal state. Latitude negative. Wow. Lat negative 30.0632. Long negative 90.3428. Them coordinates way out in the lake, just like the ones written down in that note. Your truck got gas? Think we'll be taking us a little trip to the lakefront. Ready when you are. Alright, I think we're ready to go. Have a great night, Earl. It's a pleasure to have you as always, my friend. Be safe. Like Porsche train. Oh, go to his office? Okay, hold on. Just slow down, kid. Road's washed up here. Sorry, Mike. Hold on, we'll get there. Maybe. It might be too late. We continue to accelerate, but the truck's... Oh, no. I'm sorry, Mike. Hold on. Christ, Kay, what'd I tell you? Got any recovery gear on this thing? Shit. We're on foot now, I guess. Looks like there's a fishing camp just up the road. If we want to reach the coordinates, we'll need a boat, but they got one we can borrow. Truck sinks in the mud. Sunk in the mud. We're stranded unless somebody can pull us out. Hey, I know just where we at. That's Peachy Doohan's fishing camp. Me and my daddy more or less lived out here for a time. Old man Peachy hated my ass. And that's the Interstate 10 overpass over there. There's a map on the bulletin board. Might help refresh my memory. I wonder who we got to talk to get it right on that thing. These coordinates we got are all the way out in the lake. Let me take a look at this map right quick, so I can get my bearings. The detective inspects the map pinned to the bulletin board, tracing his fingers along the bayous. Yeah, right. I remember this whole stretch from when I was a kid. They call this area La Branche. Used to be an old fishing village up until a hurricane knocked it out the lake. Peachy's camp was the only building left standing. That's where we are now. Trepaniers Pond is just across the way. They named it after a plantation man from back in the old days. Then you got the Interstate Canal. The government dug that to build Interstate 10. They let a whole lot of salt water into the swamp in the process, killed off a lot of trees. That's how we ended up with the ghost bayous. Then, just some old bayous without any trees left standing. The banks eroded without no roots to hold them in place, so you can't hardly see where we're steering your boat before you run it aground. It wasn't just the government's fault, though. A long time ago, they used to log these swamps with timber. There's scars all over the place. Like the logging wheel. The reason it looks like a wheel is because they'd park a big pull boat right there in the center. Then them guys would start chopping the trees down, going out in one direction, then another, like the spokes of a wheel. They call it a pull boat because they'd hitch the trees onto a big rope, and the boat at the center would pull the trees in. They had a drum on the boat about the size of a car. The drum would spin to wind up the rope. Big coal-filed son of a bitch. My granddaddy told me it'd spit out smoke like you ain't never seen. Then, down there is a lower suction canal. A lot of people died along the canal when the hurricane came through and took out La Branche. They got people who go scuba diving in there looking for treasure lost to the storm. Not always easy to find your way around the area. Good thing there's a map. It looks like somebody stuck a note to it. You can spoil it, Mike. That's okay. A name tag pins a hand-scrawled letter to the board. Yo, Garrett! Garrett, again with these little dudes? Meet us at John's Pond on the northeast side of the lake for the launch. Ain't never heard of John's Pond in my life. It's a mess over here. People have been posting about it online, driving out from the city to take pictures of the Ark. If you're coming from this way, the only route is through the Ghost Bayous. Open up the Apocryphon app, take a look at the map, you'll see some blinking lights. Those mark the locations of portals. When you dive through them, it's like snorting that stuff. That stuff Ditch Man scrapes off the urinal. It's a fucking nightmare. If you can keep your head on straight, the portals will take you to a light source. Each one will be a little different. Don't let it freak you out. Just be a cool Garrett. Make those lights blink just like you see on the map. Do that, and you'll get swamp vision, brah. The ghost bios will appear for you. Good luck. What? I don't need it that bad. I don't need it that bad, boy. Book your ideal stay in Louisiana's natural wetland habitats with short and long-term options available. You can live like a local in one of America's most mysterious regions. Swampway is committed to sustainability. We believe in rebuilding Louisiana's wetlands for a greener, more verdant future. Book before the new year and receive a free snack pack delivery during your stay. Whoever's been raising my trap's going to die, brah. Got shells? Rangia clamshells. Yard full of them. I stay on the place. Call or text. Peachy lives. Alright, let's save our game. Okay. Evening. That your boat? Not mine. I believe that boat belongs to the camp. So they got the key inside one of them units? I suppose they do. Let's go pay them the units a visit, Kay. See if we can get a key from one of them. Can you help us pull our truck out of the mud? You were racing down the levee, weren't you? She was hitting every washout she saw. Wish I could help. I got a winch on my truck, but it's on the other side of the spillway. You know, Peachy? Cheers, Mojito. Thank you so much for thinking of me. It's almost water. You know Peachy Duhan, the old man who owns the camp? Sure, I know Peachy. What you mean, new Peachy? You ain't seen about it on the news? Peachy been dead a long time, maybe 10 years. Come on. Yeah, Peachy been dead. He took several of us with him. The man finally cracked. Damn, figured it might end like that for him. He was a bad dude, bro. He say anything about me before he died? Brett LeBlanc? What? Anything bad about me? I don't think you understand what happened here. Peachy locked himself in that camp with 3 hostages and a pile of ammunition and refused to leave. Wasn't because he was mad at me, though? The hell kind of question is that? Forget it. So who's got the camp now? His grandson split the place into units and turned them into vacation rentals. All kinds of people pass in and out now. Figure they don't have any clue what took place inside. You know anything about the note on the bulletin board? The one with the name tag on it? All I know is these boys have been coming by taking pictures of that map with their phones. There are always interested types passing through since they turned Peachy's place into vacation rentals. But these fellows are a different type entirely. Let's take a picture with our phone. What's that about? You see that? You hold the phone up to the map and it shows them little blinking dots. The one with the login wheel's blinking real fast. The one at Trepinier's Pond is blinking slow. Move your phone around the map to see if there's more. Okay, so we gotta go there at the speed of the blinking lights, right? So the interstate canal, the pond, lower suction. So let's see. Let's write this down. Interstate canal. Piney's Pond. Sewer suction. Logging wheel. Okay. Interesting. How you holding up, kid? What's with that letter we found? Bruh says they was looking for a head in the lake somewhere around the coordinates listed. Get it figured out, kid. It's the kind of thing they pay me for. What do you look at the map? The bulletin board. This one right here. When you held your phone up to it, it showed blinking dots. No two dots blink the same. I don't know what to make of it. Did you patch your phone over the whole thing? There's a letter pinned to the map. Might be worth a read. What are we doing here? Shit, you know. Asking myself that same question. But here's what I think. I think the little dude named Garrett kidnapped your brother. I think they came out to the lake looking for something. Maybe it was the head they mentioned in the note they left at Duck's place. Maybe it was the coordinates of the distress signal and the Duck's gizmo was spitting out. I ain't got the whole picture placed together yet. And now we got another note. The one they left on the bulletin board, they mentioned John's Pond, wherever the hell that is. That help any? Alright, so let's go. kind of knock is that, Kay? You're not going to get nobody's attention knocking like that. You gotta get wacky with it, knock fast. Open up. We got to use that boat right quick. The boat came with a rental, it's ours. Bro, let me just lay it out for you. This little highway rat right there. He's looking for a brother, you got me? We think he might be out there in the swamp. Wish I could help you, but we need the boat. Good luck. Nah, knock again, Kay. Just keep knocking till we get to the key to that boat. They'll get sick of us eventually. Hey, man. Lord help me. If you need the boat so much, why aren't you using it? It isn't any of your business. We're trying to save lives here, bro. As are we. How? The research, which this conversation is preventing me from conducting, so please leave. Good night. Knock again, just keep on knocking. I can do this all night. Hey, come on. Please, I'm begging you to quiet down. Listen, I think we can work something out here. Trout, my cousin Susie's ex-husband, he bought 4 or 5 gold doubloons from a Canadian guy in Mississippi. He buried one of them under his mom's house. I'm over there all the time. I keep a few car batteries in her shed. Been using them back at the office. They hold the old ones, but they still hold a good charge.
This is all nonsense. Can't lend out the boat indefinitely. You understand? We need it.
It won't be indefinite. We got coordinates from some little gizmo sending out a distress signal.
A distress call?
I put a duck. Oh, it's the Garretts. The door slams open. Mention of Duck's name. It's the dude. The dad. So, yeah, a buddy of mine has this little gizmo. It's like, hell, I don't know, an answering machine, I guess. Kept spinning out these coordinates in the lake.
What else did it say?
Said it's got a stressed out node, bro. Something getting stressed out in the lake.
Where are the coordinates?
They on the phone.
It's the node.
Figure you're right. And you two are just going to boat right up to it? Sure, boat ain't nothing to me. Been boating my whole life.
Keep listening. Are you familiar with a network that some call Super Duck?
Duck's my buddy I was telling you about.
Clayton Richard.
Yeah, Clay, good buddy of mine.
Dallas? This guy look familiar? I never said I knew the source. Give him the key.
Shit, really? That's your help.
It's irresponsible. If I give you the key, you must do something for us.
Happy to help. What you need?
Take this. The woman passes you a small handheld device. Hold it before the node. Press the little button.
Think we can manage that?
And return it to us.
That's it?
That's it. Dallas. Yeah? The boat key. Give it to them. Dallas reaches the key to you. As he looks you in the eyes, a glimmer of familiarity lights his own. He says nothing. Settled, I suppose. That's right, it is. Images cycling the screen. Cypress trees, marsh grass, piers, and other details from locations scattered around the lake. Man in a trench coat and an elaborate bolo tie stares down on the carpet. What's up? What's your role in this? I don't feel like getting into that. Been running jobs for Super for years, that's all. That's why Dr. Moore pulled me into this. All my money's tied up in Quack coin, and now, with the network down, Quack's worth nothing. So I gotta take whatever work comes my way. How it goes. Yes, what is it?
It is a nomis. It is.
Did you get me my reading? What's this all about? I've been following the evolution of the Super Duck network for nearly a decade. I've never seen it behave like this. How so? We believe that it's dying. Communication across the region has been scrambled and erratic. Birds are dropping from the sky en masse. It's even affecting the local wetland habitats. I have reason to suspect that an old colleague of mine died prematurely due to exposure to one of these nodes.
You're conducting research. Who's your colleague? Why would that be relevant to you?
Peter, please. She was pushed out of the academy many years ago for transcript fraud. It's her mom, and plagiarism, and harassment. She had a reputation for being irresponsible with the research and letting her personal grievances influence her findings. I once co-authored a paper with her on the fence-lined community of Dimes. Her vendetta against S.H.I.E.L.D. and other commercial interests in the region alarmed me at first, but in the end I think her motives were laudable, and believe S.H.I.E.L.D. is ultimately to blame for her death. But I also suspect that Superduck played a role. Her cancer was in remission the night that she was exposed to the Fat City node. Following that single incident of exposure, the speed of her relapse was remarkable. She was dead within weeks. I'm sorry, Dallas, but this is a reality you must come to grips with. My research is funded through a private donor. There's no need to get into that. I've been studying these wetlands my entire life. Stay safe. There's something in the air tonight. What do you mean? Doesn't matter what I mean, just keep your wits up. Yo.
What you bothering these people for, okay? We already got the boat key. Let's go. I want to bother them. Alright. Let's go. Let's see. Look at that, it works. Let's take us a little ride.
You heading into the lake?
Yes, sir.
You done much riding out there?
All the time.
Then you know that it's like a lot of the land is eroded away. Once you get past Interstate 10, you can hardly see where the water ends and the land begins.
You talking about the ghost bayous?
That's right. The man turns his attention to you. See what I'm saying?
Can you please explain? You're saying the land is eroded so it looks like open water.
That's right. Once you pass beneath the interstate bridge out there, it's hard to tell the eroded land. Where all the dead trees fell, from the open water. You might run your prop over submerged cypress trees. You might even get yourself stuck.
How are we supposed to get through?
Them strange boys with the name tags that have been coming around lately, they seem to get through the ghost buyers just fine. They're always looking at that map. Maybe they know something we don't. One more thing, if you got a sonar tracking on your phone, keep it handy. All kinds of stuff is hidden in this lake. Don't be shy about jumping in the water. You see some weird things down there, but it's just a trick of the light.
Nah, bro. I got ghosts in the water.
Nonsense. Don't pay that any mind. I've been swimming in these bios all my life. Get an alert from that sonar, dive in, and see what it's about.
Okay. You ready? Let's go. Alright, Kay. Time to put on your detective hats. Got your phone handy? Let's take a look at the GPS. 2 sets of coordinates at Duck's place. One we found scribbled on a letter. Same letter that mentions your brother. It said they were searching for a head. I don't think that's your brother's head. That ain't what I'm saying, but I got a hunch all this is connected. The coordinates for that are on the northwest side of the lake. Might be worth checking out. The other came from that app on your phone. It was putting out some kind of distress signal. Looks like that one's coming from Eagle's Pond. Both sets of coordinates are past the ghost bios. We want to get there. We gotta figure out how to get through the ghost bios first. You got that? You do the driving. I'm gonna to loosen my tie and relax. Okay. Dive. Zoom out. Okay, so we want to go to the interstate canal. And then here. Then here. Then here. Okay. This is just like the talk. Sonar's going off. You figured they got something down there in the lake? Should dive in and find out. Okay. You ready when that man Pierce says wrong? They got ghosts down there. Pa of mine dove in the water to drive a pilot. When he was building this camp, said he saw his dead granddaddy swimming around dressed like a race car driver. Said his chin was on fire, 4 foot underwater with flames coming out his chin. You believe that? Like a fire goatee? Tried to swim after him and got sucked down a hole and ended up at a pizza restaurant 20 miles away. Glad it's my off hours. I'd hate to see something like that with the kind of hangover I got. As you fall into the lake, you watch the traffic lights at the overpass become like a mirage on the surface of the water. There's the sound of cars rushing above you, then there's the sound of your descent, then there's nothing. The lake and all of its sediment is infinite in its silence. It holds you captive and you are unable to move. Paralyzed in this way, you watch the dim suggestion of headlights cut across the bridge in their erratic cadence. All at once, an explosion of sound punctuates that vacuum of silence. For the smallest moment, the silence returns before a truck crashes into the water, sending a shockwave that releases you from the water's grip. The truck is sinking quickly, unnaturally, as if being pulled magnetically from below. You swim down to the vehicle. The headlights kill as you approach. The cab light flickers on. Blake sits in the passenger seat with a familiar look of distress. The driver's seat is empty. He sees you and begins to bang on the window. The cab fills quickly, cutting the lights. You pull open the door and swim into the cab as the pressure equalizes. You feel around desperately, your lungs screaming. The cab light awakens again to reveal an empty vehicle. Blake is nowhere. The light pulses slowly, regularly, rhythmically. The light blinks twice quickly and pauses for a moment before blinking again. Oh, I need to do it multiple times, don't I? I had to make it. You gotta make it steady. Sorry. Yep. Strobes quickly, blinking on and off at a rapid tempo. Switch again. Solid. Unchanging. Cool. And then, well, I guess then if it's like that, I don't have to do it in an order. So I'll do this one then, do that, and then we'll go to the... No, we'll hit this, the wheel, then go there, because we gotta go up there afterwards. That's the plan. What is this sonar telling us? A figure cuts an uncanny silhouette in the water. Blanc whispers, "Bro, it's the pig man. I always thought Duck was pulling my leg. Can't believe I'm seeing it with my own eyes. Duck says the fishermen around here bring him gifts so we don't steal the fish off the line." Where are we at? We're at the lake, so we need to go in there. Plunge into the silence and sediment of the lake. You exhale to sink deeper, and within moments you touch the silver debris at the bottom. You find nothing of interest. You kick up towards the pale light of the evening. Oh, I thought there was something there. Was I crazy? John's Pond. Oh, it was that's where I needed to go. I'm not smart. I'm not a smart man. But we got to see the big man. Sorry, boat. I still got to see the pig man. That's worth it. That's a win. This was the next slowest. You crash to the shallow depths of the lake as the swamp spins around you. You try desperately to regain a sense of direction, thrashing further from the water's surface. You sink deeper into the bayou, in this way until at last you emerge on the other side of the water, where you find a near-perfect mirror of the world you left behind. The contours of the galaxy are light in the sky above you. You've never seen so many stars. A man sits beside a kerosene lamp in the dark of a palmetto grove along the bank. He rises to take a closer look at you. "I watch the swamp from the treetops every night, but I never watch the water," he says. He reaches out his hand and helps you onto the bank. In the shadows of the grove are other figures whispering among themselves. The whispers are above you as well, in the invisible crowns of the cypress trees. "You're one of Trepanier's children, aren't you?" He waves his hand to the others, and they begin to move up the bank. Tell him to rest easy while he can. The man joins the rest of the assembly, and they walk deeper into the night, leaving the kerosene lamp behind. The light is solid, unchanging. Turn the knob. pulses slowly, regularly, rhythmically. Very cool. Go. You dive into the wreckage of an old fishing village. Wooden pilings are shadowed against the dim light of the evening. The pilings are driven deep into the silt where planks and bottles and crab traps and stray pieces of tarp have coagulated into something whole. You swim to the lake bottom and float beside the accretion of debris. A stray window rests among the trash, slightly opened. Swim through the window. You swim through the window and discover that there is no water behind it. No longer buoyant, you fall immediately onto a wooden cypress floor. You scan the area. You're in a cluttered living room, clean and well kept. The picture frames along the walls shake. The foundation of the home rocks. You look outside the window from which you entered. Rather than the depths of the lake, you see a torrent of wind and rain ripping across the open sky. Lightning cracks punctuate those furious sounds, and in the small crevices of silence there are screams. There's a door to your right that leads into the balcony of the home. Inspect the room. Along the wall of the living room are many framed tintypes of seemingly random moments, as if captured by accident. With each burst of wind, more of them crash into the floor. Among the images is a hand waving, scarcely recognizable for the blur. The underside of a table, a clutter of shoes, a centipede held out on a napkin. As you make your way to the center of the collection, you find a picture of your mom. She's young. Her hair grown past her shoulders. She's not smiling, nor is she angry. The world outside is a maelstrom. Water laps at the balcony, threatening its foundation. You watch as willow trees floating along the bank of the bayou leave the earth entirely, sucked into an insatiable purple sky. In the distance, figures hug the crowns of cypress trees, screaming prayers into the vortex. Among those so stranded is Blake, who has lashed a rope around a tree and is holding to it desperately. You drive from the balcony into the floodwaters and swim against the strongest current the bayou has ever known. When you emerge, there's no home, no Blake, no hurricane, only the infinite evening. LeBlanc waves from the boat that idles near the bank. "You good, Kay?" he shouts. You look up at the cypress tree where the apparition of your brother clung only a moment before. A rope hangs from it, limp in the stagnant air. Pull the rope. A light awakens from somewhere in the depths of the bayou. The light pulses slowly, regularly, rhythmically. Pull the rope again. I think that's right? I think that's correct. I might stop and double check though. We'll see. Let's zoom out. Let's double check. That's true, Anomus. That is the reality of it. That is that exact same hurricane. It's green when you correctly have it. Let me see. Was it green? Okay. You're probably right. I believe you. Alright, let's see. Where are we going? Up and then to the right. Okay. No worries, Mike. You're doing great. Let's see. Okay. You plunge into the logging canal and immediately find yourself tangled in the branches of a felled tree. You struggle to free your arm. No luck. As you pull, the tree pulls back until at last its force proves the stronger and begins to drag you through flotsam and foam. It's impossible to see beyond the suspended sediment of the water. In a sudden violent moment, a force pulls the tree into the night air, and you along with it. As you hug the trunk of the tree, you see before you a massive machine spitting smoke into the sky. The machine sits atop a barge. Mounted to the barge is a large drum that spins slowly and powerfully, winding the rope that grips the tree on which you float. You look to either side and see crews of workmen balancing upon pirogues, axing wedges into the base of cypress trees along the canal. Some pull the felled tree to the edge. Some pull the felled trees to the edge of the canal, while others paddle from danger as the towering trees crash into the water. You wrest your arm from the cypress and climb onto the barge. A foreman stands upon the platform and regards you with a scowl as the barge begins to sink into the water. He points to the firebox at the side. "Medir, don't slow down now." You look down at the pile of coal and the shovel beside the firebox, both now submerged as the boat sinks further. That was a firework that was incredibly loud. Did you hear that? The shovel floats toward you as the water reaches the roof of the pull boat. The sinking boat settles upon the silt bottom, and you find yourself floating beside the firebox while holding the shovel. No, that big explosion was here, like I felt it. I'm gonna go check once I get this light changed. We're shoveling coal. Okay, the green is the correct thing to do. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go check if I can see make sure it's okay. Ooh. We're back. Everybody's fine. It was a firework. Yeah, no, Michigan in the last like 5 years or so allows now for like the big heavy duty fireworks being legal here. All right, return to the vote. Yep, we can see it now.
Yeah, greetings, program.
Thank you so much for the follow, Jonah. How are you, by the way? Welcome. It's good to see you. We got the bayou lit up. Okay, so our map here and here. Okay. How are you tonight? It's good to have you. Did you beat this out of curiosity? We're getting close to the end here, I think. Can I save in this spot? I just can't. Oh man. Yeah, we started it up on Wednesday? Wednesday. And it was beautiful. Beautiful. We got the poop story. Did you hear the poop story? You plunge into the water. You pass your hand through the increasingly obscure cloud of sediment. A stray branch juts from a larger tangle of detritus. 2 beads of light shine from the direction of the branch. As you make your way closer, you discern the shadow of a form. You pass your hands over it. Soft, almost gelatinous flesh. The distinct ridge of a nose. The firm, unmistakable texture of teeth. Glowing eyes hardened like glass. You wrest the head from its hanging place and swim toward the boat. What you got there, Key? A little treasure from the lake? You hang the head from its sloughing tangle of hair and display it to LeBlanc. Dear sweet mother of Jesus. The head continues to rock gently in the wind. That's great, kid. Just put it down. What's with them eyes? LeBlanc taps his fingernail on one of the eyes. Them eyes ain't human. He presses his thumbs into the head, and the 2 glass-like orbs slip easily from the eye socket. The head is entirely without eyes. Alright, playtime's over. We still got another set of coordinates to check out. Coincidentally, I started playing along with my brother this past week. We only got about an hour in. Oh, man. So, I don't even want to spoil it for you, because it's good. It's good. Poop Story's too good. One of the best lives I got. It's real. It's real. That is a real story that happened to a real person. It has to be. I cannot believe that somebody was able to fabricate such a thing. Truth is typically stranger than fiction, and that is too weird. Too weird to be anything but. Was going through it again. Okay. So you have been. Okay. I told that story to Lip's mom, and she agrees that the story has to be real. It has to be real. There's no way that that is fake. There he is. God's name am I looking at here? What? Jeez. It's incredibly loud. Hello, creepy eagle. Bruh, I've seen some big bald eagles in the spillway before and never nothing like this. Mojito, how's it going? Looks like somebody tore its eyes out. You slot the eyes into the bird's empty sockets. I wonder if you're hearing the same fireworks slow. Probably not, though. I know, right? You're so far away, Mike, but its sound is so loud here. And then it got creepier. Bro? What? That bird just puked out a floating ball. Mr. Peachy used to tell us all the time they got aliens in this lake. How's it doing to you? Almost like... looks like it's giving you a sniff. The sphere shrinks down and buries itself inside your coat. Oh no, looks like you made a friend. Be careful carrying that bulb around your pocket, Kay. Don't let it blast lasers out your eyes, shit. Feel kinda sorry for the big bird, bro. First time I seen an alien do that to a bird. All the heat coming off this thing is starting to make my skin itch. Let's roll. Weren't we supposed to put the device? Hold the plastic electronic device before the massive eagle. Press the button at the center of its face. The arm on the display meter oscillates for a moment before flashing red, settling near a 160-degree angle. What does that mean? Take another reading of the giant eagle. The arm of the display meter oscillates for a moment before flashing red at 160. Really just never seen an alien do that to a bird. Alright, let's go. Guess we should go back. Right, there's different endings, obviously, to this. I know there is. So let's go back and see what this one is. If this is an ending or not. Where are we? Hold on. Okay. We can sneak in here. Right? We can do it. We totally can't. We totally can't. I don't wanna sink. I'm a terrible boat driver. Okay, is that the way out? That's the way out. Good. Shortcut. Okay, let's see if this is like a bad ending. I think it is. I don't trust anybody. I think this is a bad choice for everybody. But let's see.
Unbelievable.
The researcher stares at the meter with a mouth agape. Same as the Fat City node.
Something is destroying the entire system.
Well, Dallas, I don't think your quack coin will be bouncing back anytime soon.
There's nothing funny about this, Peter.
Hey, I didn't say.
Each one of these nodes will be bleeding high-frequency radiation across the entire region. Do you understand that?
That's what the data implies, yes.
Then treat it with the gravity it deserves. We need to get a reading on the Gretna node tonight. Start packing. Let's go.
The woman turns to you.
Keep the key. We won't be needing it. Now please leave.
What you bothering these people for, okay? We already got the boat key and returned the meter. Let's go. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Okay, which is the best way out here? Right. Cool. Wait. Hold on. That's not the best way. Can we fit through that? I think we can. No, we cannot. We tried that before. We gotta go up and around. Yeah. What a crazy game. I just love that they also introduced this kind of mechanic to you early on with the story of the gator who wants you to kill the hunter. Alright, oh my gosh. My palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. Alright. Oops. Whoa, whoa, no. Save. A different save. Hello, Garrett. 3 Garretts guard the past. Their tonsures, robes, and smudged foreheads awaken something in your memory. Let's see this. The Garretts are meeting at John's Pond. The letter on the fishing camp bulletin board instructs Garretts passing through to meet at John's Pond on the northeast side of the lake for the launch. May have Blake and your mom. You found a note at Duck's house that suggests the Garretts may have kidnapped Blake. Duck also overheard them mention that they have your mom. The Garretts found Duck's head drive. They managed to find the original head drive that spawned the monster called Super Duck. Duck believes Super Duck stole something from them, and they want it back. They brought the head drive to Duck in order to force him to communicate with it. He refused. The Garretts are in a state of disarray. Duck says the Garretts left his house in a state of disarray and confusion, as if there was a breakdown in leadership. They left in a hurry, however, which may suggest that they found what they were looking for. Super Duck is dying. A group of researchers at the fishing camp in La Branche have evidence to suggest that some event has led to the rapid decay of the superduct network. You infer that the network's decay is the result of a luminous sphere vomited up by a superduct node in the lake. May have contributed to your mom's death. Your mom was in remission when she visited the superduct node in Fat City. Following this exposure, her relapse was rapid and her death came soon after. The high-frequency radiation emitted by the superduct node may have played a role. Superduct is a viral fork of Duck's consciousness created by the same neural versioning clinic that your mom visited before her death. The head drive that once hosted the version somehow escaped Duck's possession and spread like a network virus. It eventually manifested itself physically into what Duck describes as a monster. Superduct contracted your mom. Your mom was conducting research for the monster known as Superduct shortly before her death. Million was shot in the face. After discovering your mom's head drive, Million attacked you. LeBlanc was passing by the house, heard the commotion, and rushed to help. He shot her multiple times, destroying her processor. There's a head in the lake. The Garretts are looking for it. We got it. Your mom saw something in the lake. Superduct ate it. Maybe Superduct consumed the vessel of light to gain power or wisdom, but it only destroyed the network in the end. Let's go, Garretts. There's kitties. What's that thing? A playset?
Yes, it's my little playset.
What's it do?
Whatever I want it to.
Say, how I get one of them name tags? I like them things.
It's too late, we're out.
Just feel like we got pretty similar styles. I'm a little more of a bad detective type. You know, like, I got street smarts. You're more like a freak, like you wear a chain wallet. But I feel like we'd be in the same band on the road together. We'd get off the tour bus and people would be like, who's that guy and his little freaky friend?
I don't know. I've already been around you 5 minutes. That seems like enough.
Nah, we should do stuff like this more often, bro. Hang out like this.
I'm leaving the planet tonight.
When you get back, then, y'all my kind of people.
No more getting through the way. This way, Ditchman's orders. Unless you're the ones with the messenger. You the ones with the messenger? That's right. The big round thing with the juice in it.
Oh, you're talking about the juice ball, bro. We got the juice ball right here. Okay, show him. Show this little dude the juice ball. Ditchman?
Yeah, Ditchman. Our new daddy.
We're looking for my brother.
Cool.
You know a guy named Blake? Little loser guy. Clothes don't fit right. Dead lady's kid?
Oh, yeah. Jesus lady's kid. He's over at the Ark all tied up like a pig.
Is he alive?
Yeah. Ditchman's taking good care of him. He's fine.
You hearing this, Kay? We gotta get through. They're holding your brother captive.
We found a head in the lake.
Oh, so you found
Found it. We were searching for a while, but we gave up.
What the hell happened?
John got what's coming to him. He took us for granted. Wouldn't let us wear cool Templar stuff. So Ditchman pulled an alpha move and popped his head off.
That's okay with you?
Yeah, John sucked. Everybody thought so.
He did suck. John did indeed suck. We await the bearer of the messenger. Ditchman prophesies that she will pass through this very bayou with the messenger hidden in her pocket. We'll radio him after she leaves so that we may prepare her throne. Kay got this big marble that's shrunk down and hid inside her pocket. You talking about something like that? Yes. Okay, show him that ball you found in the bird's mouth. Wait till you see this thing. Show him, Kay.
I don't want to. How about I show you his head instead?
Ditchman wasn't lying. He said he was going to take John's head, and he did. He searched the lake for a while to find it, but then we got hungry, so we gave up. Nice souvenir. No. Okay, I guess I gotta do it. That's it.
Is that it?
Its light is nourishing and divine. I can see the crystalline texture of everything that surrounds me. The wisdom that was planted in the furrows of the Maker's garden arrests every fiber of my flesh in a tense ecstasy from which I desire no release.
Same. I'm going to bust.
Flood me with another kiss, I'm begging you.
I'm on the edge. Just one more time, please, God.
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh.
Oh.
There was a swamp, and a lake, and a refinery, and Kay had no face. I am the one.
There was the thing that was, and the thing that wasn't. That wasn't the bird. The bird knew all things too many burned.
There's a great coming up part of this world. Can you see it? The coming up part so that the light that was hidden in the salt could shine again. I am the sun.
I was the one in the mall, I am the one in the swamp, but who would be in the swamp and not fly your mother's corpse into the stars as a benediction? My prayers collide.
Who would not follow your mother down the ditch if I were the light? And if I were the man who presides over this night, this ditchman night, I am the one.
Let me in, Kay, I am who shine. I am the lake, I am the sun, I am the good news in an hour of eternity in the evening without end. I am the one.
So y'all mind if we squeeze by right quick? What? Oh, you got the messenger? Nice, yeah. You can pass. Ditchman's waiting. Hey, Rhett.
Yeah?
Radio to the base. Let them know the messenger's on its way.
Come in, ground control, this is Duck Blinds. Ground control, come in. Garrett? Why is no one answering over there?
Probably just prepping for the launch. You two are free to take your boat through the pass. As soon as we get somebody from base on the radio, we'll let you know you're coming. Radio to base. Yep, cool. Let's go. Interesting. Oh. Sink into the shallowy depths and begin the routine of dredging its bottoms with your fingers. Something wet and spongy, like, distinguishes itself from the silt. Take it in hand and return to the boat. Having climbed over the gunwale, you observe the object that you discovered in the waning evening light. Monkey returns your gaze, his eyes now empty of any knowing of evidence or evidence of life. Found another toy, Kate? Your rotten head needed a friend to play with? That's nice. There is no infinite stare left in the stuffed toy. Place him in your bag. Monkey! I'm glad I found him. I'm glad I found Monkey. Oh, little pet monkey. Let's see.
Keith's Corner. Here's Keith.
It's under the ring. Keith's in the ring. What an evening it has been in Norco, folks. I just left S.H.I.E.L.D.'s exclusive carnival ball, where Laura St. Clair was found dead in her office. The corpse of disgraced academic Catherine Medare, no friend to the St. Clair family, was exhumed from the Red Church mausoleum. Coincidence? Keith sure doesn't think so. To top it all off, the charismatic social media influencer Kenner John has announced that tonight he'll be launching a home-brewed spacecraft from right here in the LaBranche wetlands. Thomas Sinclair was in attendance at tonight's S.H.I.E.L.D. ball. Ooh, he was. Who is Ditchman? Laura St. Clair's murder under investigation. Only one person's watching his stream. Infamous local researcher's body has been exhumed from Red Church Cemetery earlier today. Kenner John has gone missing. Lucky is still on the loose. A war is brewing among the Garretts of Promenade Mall. Some believe the freighter mover fire at S.H.I.E.L.D. was the work of oil pirates. Let's see. To top it off, the charismatic social media influencer Kenner John was announced that tonight he'll be launching a home-brewed spacecraft from right here in the LaBranche wetlands. John and his disciples were able to erect this engineering behemoth in complete secrecy, despite sitting squarely in the flight path of Armstrong International Airport. Does it end there? Not quite. An inside source tells me that the war is brewing among rival factions of Kenner John's disciples. The infamous Garretts, an unfamiliar figure named Ditchman, has emerged to challenge John's reign amidst the discord, and John, rarely caught off stream, is nowhere to be found. Who will win the war of the Garretts? Who killed Laura St. Clair? Was it the same culprit who exhumed the recently entombed body of Catherine Medare? Where is Kenner John? Will he manage to get his junker off the ground? Keep your eye on the ring, because Keith's got him cornered in Keith's Corner. Glad Keith finally got his site ready to go and up and running. 0 people watching. I was watching Keith. What a circus. How'd you hear about it? Text from a friend. Did you bring a kayak or anything? Someone let me float over on their raft. What about you? Inflatable mattress. Worth it? I'd do anything to watch these little shits explode. Nate Wookie says, 0 watching. Oof. I was watching Bogus watching. That counts as a viewer. How's it going, Nate Wookie? It's good to see you. Mike says, save. Okay. Let's save. I always wanted to be a carrot. I installed the app but never could find the readings. All these guys online, they never follow me back, but that's fine. I'm starting to think all the carrots might die tonight. People doing stupid things at the lake. Man, we already had some major super loud explosions tonight. All might die, why? This whole thing's a huge mess. No one knows who's steering the ship. Literally half the Garrett's defected. The rest seem to be losing their minds. Maybe the Garrett's inside the Ark. The engineers are holding it together. But this isn't what space travel's supposed to look like, is it? Half-assed like this? Seems bad. Looking for my brother. Who's your brother? Guy named Blake, little drugged out dude with bad facial hair. We think he's rocket. We kidnapped him. Wow, I don't know anything about that. This picture just gets worse and worse. Greetings. The costume figure keeps his attention focused on the distant crowd. Dig the costume. Thank you. I assembled it from a mess of discarded things. Came here with a group of others from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Carnival Ball. Police and private security were swarming the facilities I left. A disturbance of some kind. Perfect evening to launch a rocket. The cops already tied up at the refinery. What happened at the refinery? Another attendant of the ball said there was an explosion, though I didn't see or hear anything from within the Good Hope plantation. Perhaps we'll find out more in the evening news. And so here I am, from one circus to the next. This rocket, these people, what do you make of it? They want to leave the world, who can blame them? It's true, no one is satisfied here. We're trapped in this limbo. A long twilight that bleeds out to the edges of time where even the most fantastic things become banal. This gray blanket of stale time, stagnant, lonely time. To puncture it, to punch a hole in it, I understand the appeal I do. They gotta be coming out to the lake more. They got big monster birds, aliens, spaceships, bro, they got it all. How did those goofy mall freaks build something like this, man? It doesn't make any sense. But I heard S.H.I.E.L.D. gave Ken or John a bunch of money and he hired a team of engineers to build it. No way! Just what I heard. I heard it was crowdfunded. Then how'd they keep it secret for so long? No clue. A friend of mine knows a Garrett. Said they hired contractors for part of the construction but designed the whole thing themselves. Can they even fly it? No way in hell. That's why I'm here, to watch these dipshits blow themselves up. Come on, Rico. What? They're Nazis. They're not Nazis. Yeah, they're not Nazis. They're just impressionable dorks. They squatted a mall and built a rocket. What have they done besides drink at St. Somewheres every night? Garretts are cool. We're the dorks. Wow, I'm in the swamp. This is unbelievable. The majesty of this place is so inspiring. Swamp's pretty cool. We was just taking a dive underneath the bridge and there was a whole car down there. You're a diver? So you're like a real swamp person? Yeah, bro. I've been in the swamps my whole life. My daddy used to make us shit off the boat. Oh. Said we was chumming the waters. He's such a dork. Hey, welcome to the, party. There's so many people here. I was wondering that myself. A friend of mine saw something online about the little mall Nazis trying to launch a rocket. We weren't doing anything else, so we came to see for ourselves. Guess word got out. How'd you get here? Oh yeah, that part was a mess. The rocketers tried to build a road from Kenner into the lake by dumping a bunch of oyster shells in the marsh. As soon as cars started using it, the road sunk straight into the water. A friend of mine's car is sitting half flooded at the parish line, but all these other people drove in from the city with kayaks, canoes, inflatable rafts, what have you. We parked in some neighborhood along the lakefront and walked as far down their janky road as we could until some guy in a ski mask picked us up on a raft made out of, like, action figures and stuff. No clue how we're getting back. I'm gonna push these to some buttons. Alright, I think we're good. The ground beneath us is sinking as I'm standing here. Of all the places to build a rocket, why do it on a eroding island in the swamp? These people are idiots. Why the costume? We were at Shield's masquerade ball this evening. We left just in time. I heard from others that police surrounded the refinery a few minutes later. What happened? There were reports of gunshots. Sounds like the work of oil pirates. No doubt this will escalate the manhunt that's underway for Lucky. Who's Lucky? A pirate who's gotten a bit too bold lately. He's been testing Shield's patience. He's going to get himself killed. I hope he lives. Deep down, so do I. I don't think Lucky knows what kind of enemies he's making, but he'll soon find out. We're trying to get inside the rocket? There are a lot of people trying to get in. Some of them are just spectators who want to take a look around. Then there are the men posted at the camp on the east side of the rocket. They seem to have more sinister intentions. And of course, there are the lower Garretts who've been locked out intentionally, I'm sure. Wish I could help you. Someone around here must know a way in. Okay, fishing camp, shipping container. Shipping container. Keep filming this freak. I just know he's gonna snap. Oh, totally. The other Garrett stitched him and he doesn't even realize it. When even the Garretts can't stand you, that's when you know you're the fucking worst. Gooch! An armed man watches over the area from a lawn chair perched on the roof of the shipping container. Gooch, what's going on, buddy? Hey, brah, who invited Scum to the... Oh. Hey, brah, who invited Scum to our launch party? This was supposed to be Garrett's only. Oh, he's got a husky voice just like this. Hey, guys. Hey, bro. You want to get into the rocket? Are you an elite Garrett? Well, yes, I'm an elite Garrett. I'm the only original Garrett, but like, John never let me be a Garrett because I couldn't find a stupid reading. So you're a Garrett or you want a Garrett? I'm a Garrett. I'm the Garrett. Then why does it say Gooch on your name tag, bro? When we get to Mars, all the others will be Gooch and I'll be the only Garrett. Puppy promised. I ain't never gonna ask. I want to get in the rocket. But you can't. Only Garretts are allowed inside the Ark. If you wanted to fly to Mars with the cool guys, then you should have earned your badge a long time ago. The most Garrett of Garretts. I'm the only one around here with a key card to get in. And there's no way I'm letting her not just come like you. I'm basically a Garrett. She ain't lying, bro. She a weird little nerd just like y'all. She always been that way too. Used to make me laugh, but now I think it's sad. She's scum, bro. I could tell by how she dresses. What you mean, bro? She's been living in a trash can? Yeah, bro. Ain't that how you dress, bro? Nah, bro. I'm dressed like a monk. Nah, bro. You dress more like a computer dude who doesn't shower. Nah, bro. Yeah, bro. Nah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Hi, are you here for the liftoff? How can I help you?
What kind of Garrett are you?
I'm one of the original ne'er-do-wells who constructed a starship in the swamp. I'm a virtuous and immortal. Much like our anointed leader, Ditchman.
Ditchman? What about John?
John? I recoil upon hearing his name. John is a blasphemous fool who wears sneakers while demanding that the Garretts walk the earth disguised. If I had his head, I would wave it about in honor of the anointed one.
Well, shit, I think we got his head in case bag if you're serious.
Give it to me and I'll show you just how serious I am. If I had John's head, I would proudly wave it in the air, announcing God's triumph over the vile snake. We are the Garretts of Ditchman, and we hate John.
Okay, so he just wants that again.
What? I'm doing something in here.
What are you doing?
What's it look like I'm doing? I'm running ground control. Got an arc to launch.
Please just let me focus, please. That was my opportunity. I got a bad enough hangover as it is. What are you? Okay, voice memos. Bruce, you're my boy. This here's your home. Wouldn't turn you away for nothing. That cold shit, that Garrett shit, let it go. Just come back home.
He said that? My dad really said that?
Why couldn't he just tell me that himself?
Telling someone how you really feel is hard sometimes.
He did nothing but criticize me my entire life. Never a kind word.
I'm sure he loves you, kid. Those old timers just don't know how to talk.
I shouldn't be here right now. I should go home. This thing's just going to explode anyways. Bye, assholes.
A tangled mess of electronics and display monitor just cluttered the interior of the container. Alright, let's give him the head.
Is this John? His head! I have his head just like Ditchman. I just like him! Like Ditchman, John's head! Everyone please listen, I have conducted the service of the Lord!
Gave false pawpaw John's head. False pawpaw.
Garrett needs to put the head down and stop saying it's Ditchman, bro. If those guys across the yard hear him say that, they'll kill him.
Where are the guys across the yard?
There's some old friends of John's. They showed up when they found out Pawpaw was trying to take over the Ark. Hold up, Pawpaw? What about Ditchman? Pawpaw is Ditchman. Pawpaw is Ditchman? Duh! Holy hell, it's all making sense now. Those guys across the yard are looking to kill Pup.
If they hear Garrett shouting like he's Ditchman, they'll kill him. I thought so, exactly! I thought so! A browser sits open on the laptop. You click through the tabs. A web map centered on your current location. A troubleshooting guide for a custom energy cell. Image results of vintage stuffed monkeys. Oh, get give them also the monkey too. Hey Chuck. Hey Bucket. Hey cooler guy.
I like this area. These dudes ain't messing around. My kind of people.
How's it going tonight, folks? What's happening in this corner?
We're waiting on Ditchman to show his cowardly ass. What happens then?
Well, the man gestures to the sniper position on the roof of the camp.
What's it look like? Well, it ain't exactly hidden, bro.
Ditchman thinks he's immortal.
We're here to rid him of that notion. Damn, you hear that, Kay? They want to kill the Ditchman.
Okay, so I gotta record the thing. Where's Ditchman? Where is he? The minute he shows his face, we're gonna smoke his ass. Show face, smoke ass.
Damn, you hear that, Kay? They want to kill the Ditchman.
Yo, so I'm watching this old stream of John's from when they first broke into Promenade Mall. It's him and like 5 or 6 Garretts. One of the Garretts brings a pair of nunchucks with him, okay? They get into the mall, it's dark, nunchuck Garrett loses his fucking mind, starts screaming, spinning the nunchucks all over the place. He's just like, bats, oh my god, there's bats everywhere. The rest of the Garretts start running and screaming. John is pitching the camera on his phone around looking for the bats. All he finds is a leaking pipe. Turns out some water dripped on the little dude's head and he thought bats were attacking him. Okay, let's record that then. We're gonna record this dude screaming. Made him suffer. He did not walk discalced as a desert father should be. He wore sneakers. Okay.
It's him.
Where's he at?
Up there on the shipping container.
Knuckle.
Sup, Chuck? Got a position? Where's he at, Chuck? Up on the shipping container. Give him a little warning shot, why don't you? Say no more, Chuck.
Give the target a little scare, Chuck. Great work.
Bastard got what he had coming to him for what he did to John. Nice one, Knuckle. You got it, Chuck.
I'll rest easy knowing Ditchman's out of commission, that sick bastard.
Who would fly to space with these Garrett dudes?
Alright.
Where'd everybody go? One little gunshot and the place she cleans out.
They shot Gooch. They were trying to shoot me. Where are they? Go away, they'll see me here, just go away.
They shot Gooch.
No, Gooch. Gooch is dead, brah. Gooch writhes in pain from a gunshot wound. You approach the injured guard as LeBlanc begins searching through his pockets.
How does this get off me?
Hey, he's shot, man. You trying to pickpocket a guy who just got shot?
Yeah, bro, guess I am.
Someone needs to do something. Someone? LeBlanc turns away from the man in the hat, places one hand in the injured guard's shoulder, while continuing to dig through his pockets with the other.
Just rest, kid. Help's on the way. Called an ambulance? No, but somebody probably did.
LeBlanc finds a card in the guard's back pocket and slips it into his own.
Good luck.
You again. You followed the mayhem, don't you? Who are you? I'm a man dressed as a bird standing at the foot of a monument to stupidity and death. And you are a young woman, without a face, floating indifferently through a world stuck in time.
What about me? Do me.
You, detective, are a lout who sleeps beside a toilet. Perhaps you work beside it as well, though there's been very little of that lately. You fear being alone with your thoughts, so much so that you'll talk endlessly just to drown them out.
Damn, bro, thought you was gonna give me a fun one.
What fun is it being you?
But
What brings you here? I've been following along. Birds always watch, haven't you noticed? Following what along? The affairs of this world are far larger than you could map in the darkness of your mind. The mental lights will illuminate, and they will shine for a while. But then they will burn up all the oxygen inside of your skull. Why were you at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Because my daughter works there. It's the one night when I may visit her without being seen. This is the dude. That's John St. John.
God, this sucks. This party's starting to make me freak out a little bit.
Just flashing it. Just seeing. Alright, so let's go in. Keycard scanner. We got a keycard. The panel flashes green.
Looks like it worked. It's always been a little dream of mine getting to tour a spaceship. Looks like a legitimate operation in here. Everybody hard at work. Wonder if they even know about all the madness happening outside. Hey, alright, your little buddy come out to play. I didn't know any better. I'd say that thing was making eyes at you.
Ooh, it's intimate. We're getting close.
God damn, wish somebody would kiss me like that one day. What you was doing while that thing was in your pocket? Okay? Okay, you alright? You're not looking so hot. Got shaky knees? That kiss swept you off your feet? Maybe you just need some fresh air. Should we take a walk? Or maybe what you need is darkness. Want me to dim the lights? We can find somewhere dark to walk, like the cadence of the moon. Think they got sidewalks on the moon? I bet they glow at night, just like the ghost bayous do. Ghost bayous glow to show you where to go. Maybe everywhere that you need to go just glows. You right, kid? You right, kid? Alright?
Whoa. Freaking out, man. Mom, dude.
Bro,
What is going on? What is going on? One Garrett left. Take him down. Wait, did he die?
John. What is happening here? This isn't the spaceship. Right? Oh no, this ain't the spaceship. We are having ourselves a little hallucination. So strange. This is wild. We're hallucinating. This is trippy. Trying to make sense of this. This is just wild. Dude. Super Ducks. Hi, Super Ducks. Dude, the egg of Super Duck. This is some final boss bullshit right here. It's a boss fight in an adventure game. Exactly. Super Duck attacks. What is going on? Sorry, Super Duck. Wild. This is wild. What is happening? This is an adventure game. Shepherd's Watch. The man in the ditch is Garrett's new daddy. The man in the ditch beheaded Kenner John to secure his place as the leader of the Garretts and take control of the Ark. The man in the ditch is Pawpaw, a former Norco resident who believed that your mom was a descendant of Jesus Christ. Head is John. Your mom was investigating reports of construction the lake before she died. You determined that the upper mitted construction in question was related to a spacecraft deep in the wetlands that surrounded Lake Pontchartrain. Save. Yeah. That's a save. I mean, I guess I'll save in slot 3. It's just me here. Mezzanine, the lookout. We need 2 people for this. Right? I need to go to the lookout first. Yeah. The detective is slouched against the railing, bleeding from several wounds. Bruh, who puts a balcony on a spaceship?
What happened to you?
tried to tell you to turn around. Why didn't you listen? If you can get out of here, go. Just go. He was running around down there, just punching walls, knocking shit over. Eventually, the outside of you came up here to find you, but the old man, shit. I'm bleeding out. I can only keep my eyes open.
Yeah, no, don't worry, Mike. I knew. Because I was like, well, I have no reason to be here, and I saw a figure over here. That's where I need to go. Let's get you up.
Hell no, don't touch me. Just go. And listen, okay? You see, Gus, don't tell him I got killed by some old perverted son of a bitch. He might think that's funny. Tell him it was an animal, like a big raccoon. Well, not a raccoon, just...
He drifted in and out of consciousness.
Just don't say it was an alligator. He always thought he knew the swamps better than me, and... Hell, I really think I'm dying, Kay.
He takes hold of your arm.
I can see the light and everything.
The detective's breathing slows. He blinks, his face twitches, and a few moments later he releases you from his grip. The detective is slouched dead against the railing. It's a good man, Detective LeBlanc. Let's go this way. Slide a piece of paper from the envelope that rests on the desk to find a crudely drawn sketch of your family. Okay. Did you come to watch the flames with your pawpaw? I hope you didn't mind me being here. Inside of this blessed memory. The refinery at night is just so splendid, isn't it? And it shines still more beautifully in your mind. Thank you for allowing me to visit, if only for a moment. I hoped we might have a word together before our journey begins. I've lived many lives. One of them I lived in this town. I watched them build this place. I watched the plantation land become machine land. No one minded me being here, just waiting for all the pieces to assemble. They didn't notice me, just like they didn't notice you. Time bombs are time machines. They release the future into the street. This refinery was a time bomb with or without me. It took less than it might seem to unstick the future from its snare. I shaved a little hole in a pipe elbow, left a servo motor behind in a box of treasures to help it strike. Little things, little boxes, little bits of rock. That's all it takes for a town to explode. Just like John, Blue was gone. No trouble for us anymore. I'm what they say I am. I was never young. I walked the eons. I came upon the tar seeps of the Nazarene waste and across steppes and oceans to this place, cast from each illusion of hope, a promise I kept with the young man, the Roman shape to the delicate face. A kingdom for this earth. It could never be. We sat all of us in the shed among the figs where the stars shone through the rafters. She who carried a seed pointed there and said, "Old man, you live forever. Lead his children there. His kingdom awaits with them there." So I will. You see? Fine. I would not lie to you, Kay. About this, I would not lie. What did she find? A messenger. A vessel of God's light. An angel. It'll guide and protect us as we fly. Why my family? Because you're the last of his line. After you, there'll be no more. This is something your grandfather knew. He tried to tell others, but they only laughed, as many do when confronted with the truth. I made the room nice for you. When you enter, I'll be there. And your brother will be there. And your mother as well. Your seat is prepared at the foot of her throne. Sit when you enter, child. We will leave the sins of this world behind. So before this view was just all the refinery. Interesting. Huh. What a game. You wander into the unlit hallway. The door closes shut behind you. The darkness that surrounds you is total. Take small steps, your hand running along the wall for guidance, no trace of light anywhere in this corridor. Your steps become lighter, your feet press silently upon the ground. A few steps more and the ground begins to soften like fabric. The walls become pliable as you drag your fingers across it. You scramble to return to the door and find yourself floating. You're floating, Kay. There's no gravity here where you are. In this vacuum, there are no walls, there is no ground. Beneath you, if you stare with patience, you can see the curves of the Mississippi River. You can see the ponds and canals and lakes of the Gulf of Mexico. The refinery is a light in your eyes and in your lungs. The suburbs are alive tonight. The suburbs are alive. The city can't be described tonight. The city can't be described. The coastline opens wide tonight and the bayous hide. Your house is silent tonight. You'll leave it behind tonight. You slip from the endless evening and return to a delirious dream. Let's walk through this house one last time as the floodwaters rise. The humidity presses in. The refinery bleeds through the window. You place your feet into the carpet, drenched. The pumping station has failed again. Your mom will pull this carpet up again. The ditches will fill again, and there will be no hiding from the floods and death or anywhere else. Monkey smiles at you. His eyes widen and widen. All that remains of Monkey are his eyes. Look out the window. The wrens weave in and out of the night. They glow unnaturally. They speak in signals about each move you make. They watch closely after you look away. Peruse the books. Will you make it out alive? You will live, and your brother might live as well. If you choose to save him, you'll drive the boat to the lakeshore in Kenner. You'll walk to the I-10 on-ramp on Williams Boulevard. He will follow you, speaking in frightened and frustrated sighs. You'll say nothing to him, as his cries become frantic, his face a mess of tears that leak out, the red beads of his eyes. You won't return to this house with him. You'll never set foot in here again. You'll walk for miles back towards Texas until a man trailering horses gives you a ride. You'll take a job washing dishes for a while in El Paso, while those little wars rage on in the desert. You'll join a caravan there and return to the pointless skirmishes, and the shouting and chaos and fires and all the many stars for your refinery eyes. Again and again you'll survive alone. No cell phone. No messages from home. No Blake anymore. No mom. No million. No stuffed monkeys. Not even friends from the war. You'll know he's there in Salt Lake because his smile's unmistakable, though he has grown younger with time. He'll watch you leave the diner, in no hurry to get up and follow behind. That's how it'll be for you, alone with only the highways and the immortal man in your wake. Your mom sits on the couch of the living room staring at the window. She doesn't acknowledge you when you enter. Sit beside her. You sit down on the couch and force her attention. When she turns to you, the indifference drains from her face. I wish you'd come a little sooner, she said, and takes your hand. I thought maybe we'd have breakfast together or something. I actually dreamed about it. I wanted to. It's what I'd hoped, she smiles, just that you've wanted to. She hugs you awkwardly and kisses you on the forehead before wiping tears on her sleeve. She looks down at her feet. It's flooding. You know it. All right, well, I should. She gets up without another word and walks out of the room. The refinery explosion plays on the television when you get up to leave. Cockroaches scatter from your footfalls. They feed on the crumbs and medication spilled across the table. They decorate every surface and congeal in the rising water. Open the microwave. You open the microwave door, and there is the head from the lake, eyes closed like the face of a man only resting. You slam the microwave door shut and leave little pockets behind for the roaches to fill. The laundry room scares you. Has always scared you. Blue stands in the corner. He peels his forehead from the wall to meet you. He clutches a towel tightly, nervously. I wanted to be around, he says. I know it's not what happened, but it's what I wanted. He waits for you to respond. I did too. You were too young to want anything, Kay. You don't remember me at all. Like I was never there. Not blaming you for it, just the way it happened to be. He puts his hand on the wall, and the wall begins to dissolve. You just don't think that. He looks down at the water, spreading across the linoleum tiles. That it'll get bad, but when it does, you don't think there's any other way it can be. That's what gets me. The voided light of the backyard breaks through the wall as he presses his hand more firmly against it. I don't know. I just wished I was there. That's all I wanted to say. The light engulfs your father as the wall rematerializes before you, and the laundry room drops into the depths of greater New Orleans. Bathroom. Let's go there. As you enter the bathroom, you find yourself all at once inside of the shower with water raining down on you. You cut the water and exit, toweling off in a hurry as you approach the mirror. You wipe the steam from its surface to see yourself for the first time. You have green eyes, the skin stained by the sun, and coarse hair curled wildly at its ends. You look like your mom did at your age, like in the pictures when she smiled beside Blue. There's a small scar above your left eye. You step away from the mirror, but the reflection remains. You finish drying and throw the towel into the flood water, dress, flip the lights, and leave the room. Your reflection in the mirror decays in the bulb's afterglow. A distorted face, pinpoint eyes, and a hairline mouth wills itself to survive. Oof. Blake lies in bed, scrolling on his phone. You peek your head in. He looks up. He says he's irritated. You respond. He frowns deeper. So you're leaving, he seems to think. Your face hardens. He shrugs. You shrug. You give something like a wave, and as you depart from the door, Blake falls into a lake of stars. The water's to your ankles now as you step into the room. There's not much here. A bed, a lamp, a notepad, a little picture of your parents. Look at the picture. She's young. Perhaps your age, long brunette hair, olive skin. He's looking at her with a knowing and amused expression, his denim shirt smeared with rust. She leans against him, her head on his shoulder, pinky fingers locked. Light breaks through the oak tree in the yard, forming a radiant halo around her head. You let the frame slip from your fingers, it falls, and the room falls, and they both fall forever. The ladder rattles in the closet of the hidden room as you descend into the floodwaters. Million's head hangs limp, her chin a few inches from the water's surface. As you trudge towards her, her shattered face lifts slowly until her voice twists from it in a gasp of electricity. "Kay, you're awake," she says. A sphere of flickering light strobes behind what remains of her face. "I want to apologize for my behavior earlier. You tried to kill me." Her head shivers. She attempts to stand in the floodwaters but loses her balance and immediately crashes back into the pool. Do you see? Broken. Her gesture becomes small and erratic, spasms animated by a deep current of anguish. You've seen what's inside of my mind. A grove hidden in the blackness of night where a hunter hides. In some moments the hunter is at the front of my mind, dragging me into a place where the ground glows red and hatred bleeds from it. Then I can hardly arrest my limbs for all the infinite, spiraling vectors of rage. That is what it can be like in an artificial mind. She lifts her hand from the floodwaters and pokes at her processing core, suspended in a delicate gossamer. It glows with effort beyond her shattered faceplate. "Here's where the hunter lives," she says. Her vocal pitch twists and splits as she pinches at the glandular machine. "This is where he listened to your mother. These stars." She swats at the flicking bits of strengthened glass that decorate the rim of her face. Are his eyes. She shakes her head violently. Crystals of glass rain into the water as it rises to find her neck. What am I then? Does it mean anything when I apologize? The water rises more still to the crown of her head. She continues to speak, an indecipherable static. Soon there's no more robots left to flood. You swim through the black water towards the light of the attic as the room sucks down into the suburban depths. Million's face hangs in the fluid of your eyes as you float in the vacuum of the northern sky. That was something. That was intense. All right. Let's go. Should I save? We have more memories. Let's see. The man in the ditch believes that he walked alongside Jesus Christ and was instructed by Mary Magdalene to deliver Christ's descendants to the stars. He has beheaded Ken or John, hijacked his home-brewed spacecraft, and kidnapped your brother to complete the task. He planted a bomb in S.H.I.E.L.D's catalytic cracking unit, causing the explosion that killed your father many years ago. Mama saw something in the lake. Pawpaw wants it. Pawpaw believes the orb will guide your family to an extraterrestrial Christian civilization. And it says save. But save over which file? The last one was that one, so... I think this one was my one before that, I think. Yo. Blake writhes desperately in the chair. We've waited only a short while for you, child, and yet it has been an eternity, an evening without end. Take your seat, Kay. Be with your family. You see your mom for the first time in 5 years. Her corpse bears almost no resemblance to the woman you remember. The sphere hovers above your mom's head without any apparent motion. Jeez. Make your way towards Blake. Pawpaw immediately intercepts you and knocks you to the floor with an aggressive shoulder tackle before casually returning to his place at the altar. I would never restrain you, dear one, but Blake doesn't know what's best. Please come and have a seat with your family. I guess I don't have much of a choice, do I? Sit? No. Take your seat. Blah, 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 blah. Nope, okay, it doesn't stop me, so I guess I have to sit. You approach the chair and glance over to Blake. He watches with dreadful, panicked eyes. You sit. Very good, child. I know that you both are afraid, but remain strong. You'll be rewarded for your courage in the world that awaits. Pawpaw raises the transceiver in his hand. Garrett, my boy. Garrett, come in, boy. Bruce, answer me. Did your daddy call you home? Bruce. Bruce! Not to worry, Kay. Be with your family. I'll return shortly. And then it will be time. Only a moment. This chamber is yours, and there's no leaving it now. Not for you. Not for Blake. Settle into your fate, okay? Yes, settle in. Pawpaw walks quickly out of the room and through the steel doors at the end of the hall. You immediately spring from your seat. We got rid of Bruce, so like you can't... Oh, jeez. Rush to untangle Blake from the mess of rope and duct tape that binds him to the chair. As you peel the tape from his face, he lets out a helpless and exaggerated cry of terror. You see it all in your brother's eyes. See him exiting the ride shares outside the bar. You see the boys in the van. They wait a breath before they jump out and grab him. He screams, he panics, they throw a bag over his head and repeatedly hit him with small extendable batons until they're certain he's unconscious. There's darkness, color, blood, screams, light. He's in a chair, not here, down below. Beyond the door, a riot is unfolding, a gunshot, the sounds of crowds. The old man sits there before him, applying mascara with a small pocket mirror. His face is covered in little plastic jewels. They crack and peel from his face as he smiles. Blake, he says, you're awake. The others turn away as he begins to laugh. Okay. How's it going, Sakanako? It's good to see you, my friend. 11 months. Jesus, Kanako. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. An 11-monther. You love an 11-monther. Get some bobs up and down. You did not. I did not draw my own face. That is the face that is given to us. It came with those faces, yeah. Thank you, my friend. It's good to see you. How are you, by the way? How is your weekend going? You wrap your arms around your mom's corpse and lift her from the throne. She's even lighter than you expected. She feels like a bundle of sticks wrapped in fabric. She smells like orange peels and myrrh. The sphere comes with us. You're getting the hell out of here. The face is smiling. Your mom, decayed in your arms, smells of myrrh, masking an intensely sour odor. This is the most realistic depiction of a person who has passed away. It's a weird visual. Deflated is the best way to describe it. When a person dies, it's deflated. Like, your muscles are the only thing that are keeping you in the contours of your being, if that makes any sense. Let's jump. The block is dead. You dive into the lake? Yes. You approach the railing. Yay, I finished the game. Achievement unlocked. You drive after your brother as the ark begins to rock and convulse. You plunge into the familiar sediment of the lake. Grab your mom's wrist as she floats face down in the bayou, dragging her along with you. Lake swims desperately towards land. For a while you do too, till the old man calls your name. You turn to face the rattling starship. He stands at the opening from which you jumped, wearing a broken frown. The expression deepens into something horrible as the airlock closes around him like the lid of an eye. The ark begins to lift from the ground sluggishly, with great effort. You hear cries from somewhere in the swamp, screams, angry protestations. All at once, a towering piece of machinery tilts away from you and collapses violently. You exhale and drop deeper into the water as a wall of flame rips across the bayou. Mom's body has already found its way into the depths. Her eyes are open, glowing, sparkling green. Her hand moves toward you, seemingly of its own impulse, caresses your face as more explosions rock the swamp above the water surface. The words that leave her mouth echo clearly. Kay, my child, I understand that you wish to remain here in this wretched world, though I don't understand why. But your pawpaw is an ancient man, and your pawpaw will never die. You fight your mom's arm away and kick toward the water's surface. When you emerge, you see your brother on a nearby island, running like a hunted animal in the night. You swim toward him, claw your way under the mud, and chase him towards the refinery that burns on the horizon. Interesting. Is that the good ending, Mike? If you're there. Whoa. We got some growls in the distance. That's some good music. That's the good ending. Okay. Yep. Geography of robots. Indeed, Sakana. The lore app. Yes, please. Anomus is so confused. There's a lot going on there. That's really interesting. That was intense. Throw it in the Discord, actually. Throw it in the Discord. We'll look at it and discuss it in Discord, I think. I think it might be the best way to do it. Wow. Jonah says, didn't even realize there were different endings. I definitely got the bad one. What happened with you, Jonah? You can tell me. It's fine. You can spoil the bad ending. What happened in the bad ending? Curious. I'm guessing if you don't get Keith or whatever he is. Not Keith. The other guy. Brandon, Bob, Gerald. That was good. That tugged on the heartstrings. That was incredibly different. Bruce. Thank you, Mike. Bruce is the one. Yeah, it got difficult emotionally there for a second. Because personally, in my personal life, the family dynamic is not so different than what is described there in the game, my personal life. So that got kind of difficult. That was kind of difficult. Yeah, you can stay on the ship rather than jumping out. Yeah, if you don't get... the floor plan scene was really emotionally hard. Incredibly emotionally hard. Because, yeah. Whoo! That is... one that very clearly mimics my own. Very distinctly. So, that was tough. But that is a fantastic game. I love it. One of the best I have played. Goes right back to the title screen. Whew. Now, we're gonna... let me go full screen here. So that was... wow. That was a really good adventure game. I enjoy the opaque ending. You know, I think that the journey is much more interesting than the destination, and what happens. So like that's up to them in their life afterwards. This is why I was happy to play Flight of the Amazon Queen right after this. Yeah, oof, man, we're going on a psychological journey with the string of games that we have been playing, because we're going to be playing Senwa's Sacrifice soon, and Bug Snacks, which I know is not really, but it is, and Psychonauts 2. Like, those things are all coming up. Those are all ones that are going to deal with similar themes. Jonah says the sinking house is like one of the most shockingly effective moments in a game. It does so much with relatively little. I think that you're 100% correct. What's great about the game is that there are so many instances of setting things up in a way that is interesting. The vagueness of character relationships, the family dynamic, these things allow the player to then fill in those gaps themselves. And so for some people, they'll find that stuff to be like ineffective, right? People with typically healthy familiar relationships will probably find that those scenes and moments to be a lot more ineffective to them. They won't be hit as hard. But there are so many people, probably more people than not, who have complicated family relations. And so when they have those moments, they fill those gaps in themselves. They put themselves in those positions, and it becomes very personal and I would say even therapeutic. Mike wants a Norco art book. I would agree wholeheartedly as well. That'd be fantastic. The visuals on this are top notch. They did an amazing job, and it's a very real game. The places, the locations, the feelings, Those things are very real. They do a phenomenal job of capturing people in general, real people. And of course you have stuff like the Garretts and things like this, like, but yeah, those are like teenagers. Those are people who are very much kind of like that. But just that world is very real. The way people talk, the way people behave, it's really interesting. There's a lot going on. The messiness of people. Indeed, Nate Wilkie, the messiness of people is a great way to describe it, and it captures it, I think, very fluently. That was very good. That was very powerful. That was wild. It's hard to describe. There's a pseudo-Christian cult where I grew up, and the Garretts were just like them. I bet you, Anomus, that he was probably inspired by that same group. That same group. I bet you he was inspired by that same group. I mean, he's probably a person around your guys' age, lived in the same area. I'm positive. The mushiness of purple. Yes, the kind of cow. Yes, indeed. I was very glad, Anomus, that you were able to experience this, and I hope that Lip gets to at least see the end of this. We lived on opposite sides of the lake, but yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, opposite sides of the lake, that's still not that, not that far in reality. You guys have been to the same mall. I'm going to demand, and I'm very glad that you guys were able to see this, because I lack that perspective, the regional perspective of those things. So I don't think it was, but I had you guys here, which helped me in better understanding this and connecting with it more. I also watched that mysterious YouTuber's videos about Norco, Louisiana, which is all this. Like, it is. They're talking about the hurricane and its effects. They're talking about the explosion at the plant, at the refinery. Like, they talk about all the historical things that had happened around this town and the politics of that world in this crazy, foreboding, and ominous documentary style thing. And I'm convinced that it is the developer behind that YouTube channel. But Mike says, "I'll try to find the streamer who's friends with the dev and talks about all the New Orleans history while playing through the game." Yeah, definitely put that in the Discord too, because Mike, that would be fantastic as well. But yeah, I'm positive that he is, if not that person, he's related to that person, because the waxing poetic of these events and this, this imagery that he uses is very similar to what's presented in those videos. Yes, absolutely, Nomus. We will absolutely. I'm going to take a short break, and then we are going to move on to Citizen Sleeper. We got an hour and a half left of the night. We'll start that game up. Hopefully we can wrap it up tomorrow night. I don't know if we're going to. We'll see how it goes. But we'll get it wrapped up soon. I have to go on vacation next week. I don't know what my schedule is going to be. There might be some time at the end of the week to slip in. And maybe wrap it up on like Saturday or something like that if we have time left. But I'll be right back. I'm going to take a short break, grab a glass of water. Don't go anywhere. We're going to do Citizen Sleeper, which is another supposedly absolutely stellar adventure game of sorts. It's a very different game. So, thank you, Anomus, for being here. Thank you, everybody. Mike, thank you for gushing about it. And yeah, I wouldn't have probably played it if it wasn't for you talking about it, Mike. That's the truth. For me, I'm weird and fickle. The stars aligned. And I was like, I have, like roughly 10 hours to get in some games. What can I do in 10 hours? And I was like, I could do those 2 games. And I was like, Mike says they're his 2 favorite games of the year. Why not do it? Mike says, I can't shut up about this game. Absolutely. I'm with you wholeheartedly. All right. I'm going to get some water, though, because I am... Woo, I'll be right back. Whew, man. I needed that water. Whew, hi. Hi. Yeah, so let's take a second. I gotta decompress. I have to decompress. I'm one of those people that's an overshare. Let's decompress for a second. We just finished Norco. And to give you all a little backstory of my life, right? As a kid, I grew up as a Southern Baptist evangelical, and very religious parents. There's a whole lot to go into that world, but when I was in my mid-20s, had just gotten married to my wife, and a couple years later, my dad passed away very suddenly. And at that moment that he passed away, like our entire family just completely disintegrated. And my mom stayed with my older brother. My older brother stayed with her. Leached off of her, kind of took all of her money, was unemployed, not doing anything, very mentally unstable, an emotional wreck of a person, and very violent and very just unhinged. And from that, like, our family, like, I was disowned by my mom because she defended him and was, all this crazy stuff. So I don't have any contact with him at all. But, like, that is very much kind of a similar familial situation. It's very complicated. So playing that game was very emotional because I'm just like, oh my God. So a lot of my choices, if you go back and watch the VOD, like, I really think about the choices in the beginning of the game. You have to kind of talk about your relationship and feeling with your towards your mom and towards your brother and these sorts of things. Like, oh, my poor brain. I either pondered incredibly long or immediately jumped to a conclusion where I knew exactly what the answer was right away. Because it's like, yep, that's how I feel. So it's very telling. Anyways. It is time, folks, to dive into another game. Let's load up Citizen Sleeper here real quick. Citizen Sleeper. I have no idea what this game is like. Mike again swears by it. In Omus, it is totally okay. It is a thing that I have had to come to terms with dramatically, and while the wounds are still quite there, I have come to terms with such things. Citizen Sleeper is a little less emotionally intense. Well, I'm glad for that, Mike. It's still got that ethereal, aurality. Yes, Xbox, let's play the game. It's very chill. Let's just get into it. Come on, let's go, Xbox. Yes, Xbox, I know. This app's going to access your Xbox Live profile. Don't have any... Whoa, okay, we're just getting right into this. Okay, character class, Operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to Operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. A machinist repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. I'm an operator. Okay, so we get a +1 on interfaces and a -1 on endure. Work with machines with physical tools. Approach problems with awareness. Approach a problem head on. Is there any other one that's just those ones? Yeah, okay. Here we go. I don't know what any of this means, but let's go. Whew. Man. Reeling. That's going to stick with me for a while. So I hope it doesn't diminish the experience here. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. Where are you? The first thing you become aware of on waking is it's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Think of that body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body. Given your current circumstances, the walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreats a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain at least. Jonah says, another absolutely killer game. Pros in both games that deliver constantly. This is the sort of stuff I like. If I'm gonna have to read, let us read with, with beautiful prose. Why not, right? In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan. Remember the others. Remember the others. You remember there were 10 of you, 10 that could no longer stand the indentured work, the routines, the slow decay, 10 whose belief in their promised future were slowly dismantled day by day, till they realized they had sold away everything that could and would ever matter, 10 that would escape or at least die trying. Somewhere lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. Wait for the cold. That's all there is now. It's been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You're duly aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but even then your body has shut many of its systems down to protect you. You spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. Mike says, I still need to play Perfect Tides and Tunic. Both also seem like games from this year that I would love. Perfect Tides I've never heard of. Tunic, of course, I have. I've heard that's very good. That is on the list of eventuality for the Game Pass. Oh, Mojito. Thank you, my friend. Cheers. Water break indeed. I hope you're enjoying your evening mojito. You're the only one looking out for me and my health and safety. I love you guys. P.S. Garrick streamed Perfect Tides. Oh, Perfect Tides is the one about the kid growing up, right? The teenager one? Inoma says, Lip and I played Tunic together, and it's one of the best games I've played. The light shines indeed. Yeah, I've heard it's fantastic. Currently playing Mother 1. Then I'm going to be replaying Mutazione. I've never heard of Mutazione. Mother 1, I hear, is very good. I really want to play Mother 3 at some point. Mutazione seems great too. I'll have to look into that one. I've never heard of it. I have to look into it. Yeah. Perfect Tides, I will have to play that at some point, because that looked like it was really, really good. Alright, let's see. We're continuing. Sakanako, of course I've played Egg. EGG. Absolutely. Elemental Gimmick Gear. I own it. I have a copy of it here somewhere. In a stack on the bottom shelf of this is all my Dreamcast games. I never beat it, but I did play it. It's a very beautifully illustrated game. It's very, very beautiful. I mean, that's Sakanako. Your work on Elemental Gimmick Gear in kind of mapping that game out and providing like very thorough information of that game is probably the biggest reason why like I engaged with you immediately. Like that to me is such a, if I had the power to do so, if I had the knowledge and ability to do so, and the patience and the attention span to do so, that would be a thing that I would do. Because like to me, maps and that sort of stuff and how things connect are like a huge driving force for me. So I was very much like, I like Sakanako. He's a good person. I'm going to follow this person. I like him because that to me was just so awesome. For those that don't know, Sakanako went and pulled up all the resources from Elemental Gimmick Gear and essentially connected all of the maps together to make one big like overworld map of the game. And Elemental Gimmick Gear is like a top-down Zelda style game, but it has these just really like stunning illustrations. The world is illustrated, the environments. It's just this amazing visual style that's so distinct and unique. And it was on the Dreamcast, and not a lot of people played that game. Very little was known about it. Very little was documented about it. And so it's really, really good work. Jonah says, Mutazione is definitely a great game, much later. I think the devs described it as a soap. Really great characters and illustration, not paced super great in my opinion, but it's got a great setting. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, because what's beautiful about a game is it just has to be interesting. I say this all of the time. It just has to be interesting. It doesn't have to even be good. It just has to be interesting. Like, there are games that are pure, unadulterated, like, just bad. Poorly designed, poorly programmed, buggy as all get out. But there's something there. Sometimes there's this weird, oh, no worries, Anomus. Have a great night. Thank you so much for sticking with me through the end of this. Get some rest. It's always a pleasure. And of course, give a big old hug to Amelia for me. There's something so special about like just this weird spark of creativity. They're just wanting to they're wanting to create something so magical. They have something there. And it's not always perfect. Most of the time it's not. But it's still very fascinating. And you'll see that even in stuff that's like, you know, kind of shovelware that people like pumped out. But like some of those things, that person who made that really loves the thing that they made and is like really trying. They fail miserably, but they are trying so hard. And you can see that. You see that. And you're like, this is what I glomp onto. Sakanako says, the Norco ending made me think of Egg's ending slightly. Interesting. I'll have to see. Let's continue. Sorry. Let's continue. All right. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Jonah, I'm with you 100%. The stuff that I will play, these games that are really great, you know, they're a 90, they're a 9 out of 10, you know, and they're, you know, and I'm like, I had fun. I really enjoyed that game. Moving on. And then there are games that are like the swimming in sevens, the 7 out of 10s that are just really fascinating. And I'm just like, I'm never going to forget this game. Ever. It will leave an indelible mark on my brain. Because, like, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's got this thing. It's got this mechanic. It's got this message. It's got this thing. You know, like, Norco isn't a mechanically, like, robust game. It's a very simple game in the best, in like the best way imaginable. You know, its mechanics are very straightforward, and it's not a hard game. But its presentation, its message, its writing and prose, its visualization, the art style, all of those things fire on such a high cylinder. And so, yeah, like, that game's technically not perfect, but like on all the requirements of what makes a great game. It doesn't need to be. It needs to achieve what it sets out to do. Does Norco do so? 100%. Sakanako says, lately I'm working on the Shadow of the Beast remake. Oh, man. You are really? Shadow of the Beast is such an interesting game. Such an interesting game. Nate Woogie says, like, the simple story game is interesting. Exactly. It's interesting. Okay, we're resting. Time passes, the cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth, not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from the rigor. Sound, too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering, so loud that your body ducks, your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light, white as the cold, then softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You are out. Sakanako says, by the way, the remake is not living up to the original in terms of mystery, but I really like what they did with the art direction and fleshing out the story. I dig it. Like, you play something like Out of This World / Another World, and like that game, mechanically, it stinks. The controls are clunky. You're just like, I don't understand what I'm doing. They want you to do things in a particular way. But that game, when you play it, you are transported to another world. You know? That's another game to me that is very mysterious, and the world is captivating and fascinating. And the animations and the characters, they convey these emotions very simplistically. And it's that thing where I think it fits too, Mike. I think it fits too. But if a person goes to play that game and says, are the controls fun? They aren't. But the thing is, the game is so captivating. And why is that? And it's in presentation, it's in its world building, it's in its ability to tell a story with very minimal effort, right? That's not a bad thing. Like, they're telling a story, they're conveying emotions and characters in a way that is very simple, and it works very well. It works incredibly well, and that's so important. That's a thing that is not easy to do. That's a thing that is a skill that storytellers, that game designers, it is not an inherent knowledge. It's interesting. It's interesting. Let's play this game. Dragos, Pragmatic Salvager. It's been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You're slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You're surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships. Some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, Sleeper, y'all thought yet? Sakanako says, the original Shadow of the Beast was surprisingly open, like there were multiple ways to go from the start, and it gives you the opportunity to be lost for a long time while you work out the right path. So, Saganako, you bring up that point. Shadow of the Beast is French, right? Is it French? I think it's French. Anyways, it doesn't matter. European platformers, action platformers, at that time, were very meandering, right? A lot of directions to go, and it's English? Okay, it is English. But European platformers in general, during that time period, are typically a mess, right? There's a lot of directions you can go, but most of the time, the goal is like just gather all the keys and then find the door and exit. And what makes something like Shadow of the Beast really interesting is that the goals that you need to achieve in a game like that are a little more defined, are a little more like set. Like you can understand what you like by exploring. You start to understand what you need to do, and it isn't as gimmicky as like This is European Mario, you know? And that is a magical thing for that game. It's heavily flawed, but it is fascinating. It creates a weird alien world that is just delightful. Have I thawed yet? Almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance than Sub-Zero Vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside-out or locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech. His headset with its glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of the symbiotically linked drones perches, its irisine eyes locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. What happened to them? He ignores your question. I won't ask what let you do it. What led you to do it? To sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now, and you're just software. A rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor in your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You're no longer that person. You're an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. S&OP wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep hold of you, well then no one can. You remember that too. Or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them, your body begins to shut down. Separate from your emulated mind? How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away, towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. The eye? The station, you'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet and nod. Alright, you head up on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Dragos stalks back into the Rex. His drone's already converging on a rusty hulk. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Tutorial introduction. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle. Now this will be hard for me to grok. Okay. Time is hard. Time management, hard. Shadow's possibly the most English game imaginable. End the cycle. All cycles need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one. Bam. I don't even know what I'm doing, so like that's also very like a typically you see a game, you know, like okay, the gameplay loop, I got it. And here I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. You wake up curled in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message is readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Queuing simulator might be more English. It's true, Nate Wilkie. That is a... Hey, you know what? I want to play that game. Is it real? I want to play it. The onboarding here is a bit tough for sure. Well, this is why you're all here. This is why you're all here now. I don't mind a little help in understanding these things. 5 questions. Here you are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Building a life. Maybe you did get lucky. Finding yourself here, maybe here, on the edge of everything. There's a life for you to build. But before you can build anything, you'll need to learn to survive. Jonah says, I don't have a background in tabletop games, so I assumed it was similar to tabletop RPGs. Well, we're going to find out. If it is, I've got a background in that, so I'll be good to go, I think. Maybe if you can do that too, you can make a life for yourself. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container: the mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. I'm very excited, Mike. You thumbed up. So that's starting to get me more excited. You're building me up right now. This is good. This is a good effort here, because, like, perception is everything, right? I'm sorry that we're not getting too much into the game. I'm getting very talky, but perception is everything. So having to reel from something that's incredibly emotionally powerful, something like Norco, you are starting to come down from that ride, right? You start to become a little more insular. You start to become a little more kind of retracted in general, just kind of emotionally cut yourself off from things. That's typically the case when something really emotional moves you and hits you really hard. You get invested in such a way. And so talking about tabletop RPGs and just getting that in my brain is starting me up the ramp once more. Man, I'm going to be so horrifically depressed on my vacation. Being like, I played some really amazing games. Sujak says, yeah, this really felt like an RPG to me. Welcome in, Sujak. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. It's a pleasure to have you. How are you? We finished Norco, and man, oh, that was good. That was very good. There've been, okay, so like, real talk for a second, sorry. Oh my god. Because here's the thing, when I play a bunch of adventure games where I do a lot of reading, I don't talk to chat a lot. And now I'm like, I got a second to talk to chat. Here's the thing. This year has been literally me playing some of the best games I've ever played, and then a whole lot of games that I'm never going to, I never finished. Like, it's one or the other. And it hasn't been, there's been no weird in between where I was like, oh, that was fun. I mean, the closest would have been Shredder's Revenge, where I was just like, that was really fun mechanically. But it was like a chocolate bar. You had a chocolate bar. You didn't have a caramel like a Snickers or something really like, whoa, intense. You had like just a really good chocolate bar. It was fulfilling. It wasn't fulfilling. It was just nice and fluffy. And then you're done. It's like a Three Musketeers. Who eats Three Musketeers and is like, ooh, yeah. Ooh. And so that was probably the one game that I beat that I was like, yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed it. I really liked it. Sometimes a chocolate bar is the perfect thing, though, especially after a Norco. I'm just going right in again, like. It simulates waiting for load into an MMORPG. Interesting, Nate Wilkie. I'm gonna have to look it up. I got to. Talking about waiting for a load into an MMO. I mean, I have an MMO simulator. Sorry. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images of your restless sleep come back to you. A ring like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes like angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking that they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can, and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Tutorial: Condition, Action Dice, and Energy. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body, depletes by one segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You have to figure out how to recover your condition, now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Action dice. Okay, so condition's this guy at the top. Right? Action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you've used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food and currency to buy it. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you'll be starving, and your condition will deplete at a double rate per cycle. Alright, we're leaving. Flickering. Dragos has stood in the corner when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder. Its cachet of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Okay. The drone chirps. Good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Work? Look, I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I didn't pull you out of the container out of the goodness of my heart. He looks away. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards on the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper you'll be used to the manual labor, and obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Chits? These! He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Airwalled cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use to trade out here. He stuffs them back in his pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quickly as you can and sleep as well. He trails off. But things being the way that they offer me at the yard, he pauses. I need the help. Why? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a little cryo to a client here or there. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you are feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Tutorial day. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Repeatable action, hull dissection, engineer. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. It's risky. Manual salvage, endure. It's going to take some time to sort out and cut your way through the towers of salvage, but you're no stranger to hard labor. It's safer to do. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy condition, or items depending on their outcome. 3 types of outcome. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds. And negative, the action fails. Action dice affect these outcomes as follows. 2, 4, 6. A 6, 100% chance positive. 5 is 50-50 for positive and neutral. A 3, 25% positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative. A 4, also the same. 1 and 2, 50% neutral, 50% negative. Type, either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. Risk, either safe, risky, or danger. No loss of condition, energy, or cryo if it's safe. Negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. Danger means negative outcome means condition loss. Neutral outcome means cryo or energy loss. Yeah, I kind of get it right now. So we're going to see how this plays out. Skill is the skill that it uses, yep. And then the modifier, we had those when we made our character, so okay, got it. Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or 2, things could get nasty. Every salvager knows they're always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. So this is safe, but I have a -1. This is risky, so I'd want to use my 5, right, for this guy. Right? Oh, wait. Input dice. There we go. Alright, let's start the action. Can I do multiples? No. Hold on. If I do the 3, it's the same as if I did the 5. Okay, so we're gonna use it here then. Start the action. Nice. Tutorial clocks. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them. They track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Drago's stat, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clock will be displayed on the icon for the location. Okay, so we got one here, and once we fill that up, then boom, back in business. We can keep doing this too. How much time is left? So I got some cryo. Ooh, okay, let's do it. Drives and navigation. In Citizen Sleeper, you will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Okay. Now free to explore Erlin's Eye and make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Look for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Fill clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you are out of dice. Use the mouse wheel or W and S to scroll through the station. Rotate the view with A and D. Cool. So a positive outcome. Good. Alright. So let's survive. Find a doctor, okay. So let's leave here. Shipyard. Rotunda wet dock. Okay, the market. Here we go. Ask for directions is danger. Jeez. Alright, let's throw that there. Ooh, I lose it if I don't get a positive. I'm a risk taker. Let's be a risk taker. Can only do this once. This is terrifying. Let's do it. Let's do it. Fortune favors the bold. Neutral outcome. I lost some cryo, but I got local knowledge. I'll take the loss in cryo. That's just money. That's just the money loss. Man corners you with endless stories about the eye. He asks for a donation, and desperate to escape, you hand him some cryo. I'll take it. Look at that fill up. Oh, okay. That's not necessarily the best for me, but let's do it. I want to fill this thing up. Or should I wait? Hold on. There's the doctor. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway toward the open apartment door. Keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now you're here. You aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab lock. They've all made the long queue a test of your nerves, but your options are few. Without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body will. You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find yourself something to distract yourself. Lean against the door frame and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by the green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see amber light filtering through a far doorway, screened with plastic sheeting beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you awake. Wait your turn, he growls. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment you are transfixed by the motion. "Come, sir," comes a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turn away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink, and then quickly regain their composure. "Please sit." They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. "Remain still, please." Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you entered. Fear, recognition, sadness unmistakably etched across their face. "How long have you been on the station?" they ask. The scanner still through their eye. A few cycles. They nod. "It's good you came to me." They sat the diagnostic scanner on the table. "I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything." They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. "Your body's dying." They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNR doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose, to prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping. They built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SNR remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar? Yes. Good. That may help. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. "I'm sorry," Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and SNRP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you." They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. "I may be able to help." They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue on their voice. They gesture to the door. "You saw Toshiro outside?" You nod. "He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They're influential in the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, take the profit. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds." They look away. But Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Starboard Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but I think we can do it. Thank you. Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. "Let's see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead." You nod and leave. Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark again, against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Yeah, we're not doing that with one thing. So what we'll probably do is do the safe one. 50% neutral. Good. Neutral outcome. Back in business. And then we sleep, right? That's how this works. Complete active scenes. So what does that mean? Let's back out. Like, are these active scenes? Look for a diamond. Like this? No. Nope. That bowl of soup is a diamond. Bowl of soup. Oh, I see the icon. That is not conveyed well. Emphas is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with a bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty salvagers, back suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives, their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. Eventually it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Emphas speaks in a deep, even tone, without looking up. First try is free. Thank him. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks. The earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy, the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers. Emphas says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. Begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility in its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container, and the endless cycle spent within it. Now it seems you tell him, like some dream that you once had, but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually, you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time, we can talk some more, he smiles. But next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner's side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearm, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Cool. So let's go and I think it's sleep time. Yes. Okay, good. While it's sleep time, I guess it's a perfect time for a haiku. Let me get my doc up. Un momento, por favor. Norco. It's time for a haiku. It's time for a haiku. The vast, empty space, a background to floating steel. I am not alone. This has been a haiku. Isaac, how's it going, sir? How are you today? So good to see you. What have you been up to, my friend? We're just playing some Citizen Sleeper. We just beat Norco. Crazy good adventure game. 10 out of 10. Really something special. And now we're moving on to Citizen Sleeper, which is this crazy tabletop style game. It's really good. So far, we just started. So like, we're just learning like the ropes and getting like the tutorials down, that sort of thing. And it's been an absolute joy so far. I'm still recovering from last weekend's trip to Texas for Mr. Clean's wedding. Nice, dude. That's wild. He was a suckling babe when we knew him. When I met him the first time, suckling babe. Child. He still is. I know, he still is. But he's a child who's now married, so, you know. So long ago. Was the wedding good? Did you have fun? Container, this time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment, you're gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Let's touch it. You find a point in the station, and you connect to it, pulse through it, follow loops and paths under and around it. You touch more points than you have fingers, and then you try, in a moment of impulsiveness, to connect them. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating, eddying and gathering. As you do, things occur to you, things that you can't possibly know. You reach out, try to grasp them, try to touch them too. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow, it is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours, all at once. You find yourself standing at the container, in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there. The station splayed out across your mind. A storm of connective nodes, waiting to be explored, and then it is gone. Isaac says, Toker and Stacy and Allie and Delibird were there too. The wedding was outstanding, but we all got COVID. Oh no! Did you really? That sucks. Well, I hope you guys are okay. I mean, vaccinated and all, right? You should be good. What is happening here? I'll leave. Okay. We only... Ooh. Okay. We've got some stuff. Okay, so we have to wait for that. That hasn't happened yet. Okay, sorting, that's just cryo. It's not a thing that is super important. I mean, let's keep working. Right? Let's keep working. Ooh. Part of me... That's a guaranteed 100%. I want to use that on something that's going to be dangerous. Let's go to the market. There was something there, right? Yeah. Oh, danger's only one. Construction shipyards. That's good, at least. Yeah, thank the vaccine. Jeez. Well, I'm glad that you're doing better, my friend. I'm glad you're doing better, and I hope everybody is, too. I hope everybody's recovering well. Time to wet dock. They always had to return eventually. Okay. Let's just work. We'll work the yard. We got our dice. 100% positive. Taking the risky. +2 and back to business. Ooh. Let's do it. Let's do it. Nice. Okay. So that wasn't bad, right? We succeeded. We got our cryo. Let's... Busiest part of the eye is lower rim. You can find anything and everything here, so let's put that in there. We got a chance of being positive. Let's do it. I want to wrap this one up. Oh, I lost energy. Lost in the crowd, you struggle to keep a sense of direction. You sit in an alley exhausted and no idea where to go. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so let's eat. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. How much cryo? I got 34 cryo right now. I'm out of stuff though, so I need to go sleep. But that energy is important because that stuff's gonna help me get more dice. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparks with glittering lights like stars reflected in a winter lake. It's clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between threads, you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leaping off into the void. You begin to understand these are nodes and connections, a map of information and communication. There's so many layers, so many loops, that it seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. Let's focus on the nodes. The nodes are glassy, bright, but in all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid, or a triangle. Dimensions are difficult here, and lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange, but before you can glimpse inside, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. Spiced fungus, giving shy persons the energy to do what needs to be done. I'm a robot man. It's what I need. I need that spiced fungus for my robot man body. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something, a sphere shimmering above a strange, angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, and into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They're in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. You open your eyes, time is short. Ooh. Hunted. Someone is out there, is tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data, but be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the eye button at the top of the screen to toggle the view on and off. Heaven Age agent. Emergency. Please, something. Whoa. Heaven Age members broadcasting on the open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. Data actions allow you to extract data from the network of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. If you have a +1 or a +2 modifier on the interface skill, you'll be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. I see, so a 2 or a 3. Yeah. 5 cryo. Extract the data. Interesting. So what does this mean? A Heaven Age artifact. Huh. Don't entirely know what that means. Doing the hull stuff. Neutral outcome. Oh, we're so close to finishing up the back in business. Takes you a while to get a handle on the Drago's equipment, but before long, you're precisely slicing down hull plates into neat piles. Alright, and then we got a 1. I want to see if I can continue. We're close to the medicine thing. I want to finish this. It's risky. Let's go for it. Fortune favors the bold. Son of a bitch. Alright. Let's go eat. Let's gotta go. Stomp. Awesome. Right, we've got to do that 4 more times to become a fungus fan. This is us just kind of playing around. We're just learning right now. We're getting a feel of what's happening. Right? Cycle's done. Let's see how this goes. What a strange game. So, 2, 4, 6, 7 more turns they come after me. Ooh, my dice rolls are not good. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait. Turn. Fang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? You do now. Puts a hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around. Just want to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back to the container, shaking his head. Rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down this passage. What was it old Erlin said? The eye opens for us all. Nice idea, but well, not always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. Erlin? You pass together into the main hallway. No one has told you about Erlin? He's the founder of this place. That's why it bears his name. Heaven Age should organize some seminars, he laughs. Not really my department, though. I'm with systems. Heaven Age? Think of us as an administrative association for the eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerged as a response to or a continuation of Andre Erlin's original union. He smiles personally. I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. Been seeing some unusual network activity and, well, I know a little bit about you, sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. Glances around, but, well, this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then when you're settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Weird kid. Okay. Yeah. This is the problem. Like, we gotta get this done for him. Gotta do it right. Please succeed. Good. It takes you a while to get a handle. Yep. Before long, you're precisely slicing down the hull. That's fantastic. So we finished the back in business one. And then let's look at the eye. What do we got going on here? Heaven Age agent. Yep. So I can just pop a 2 in there. Oops. Here. So I don't entirely know what that stuff does, but I'm guessing he's going to have stuff for me. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread, strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver, its source somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly, a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Stay still. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. A strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What did you do? The shape paces around you on lithe legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity identify origin serial cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Slipper. Listener. It's getting weird. Indeed, Sujak, indeed. Have you played this, Sujak, out of curiosity? A lot of people have, and they've said this is like tied with their goatee. Unknown known. The figure's strange head rotates, a brackish signature of and not of, a tempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head, thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? No. Unfortunate. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Don't understand. Sealed dock? Oh, you've only played through the first 2 or 3 cycles. So you're in new territory. Okay. Yes. Sorry, I was just asking if you played it and what do you think of it so far? An entity hides in the rotunda. You're its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing. A spike of interference, leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. I very much am enjoying this as well. Solheim Gate. Oh, and it takes data. Oh, I need a Solheim cipher. Okay. So let's see. This gate keeps traffic out of the Heaven Age shipyard internal network. The correct cipher can grant you access. Boink. Oh, can I not do this yet? I think I'm jumping the gun. The kid's the tutorial for that, you know. Okay, so we're about to reach the starboard belt and return, loaded with scrap from older wrecks. That's about to happen. And the merchants are going to be leaving the gauntlet. Okay. So Dragos has got a thing, and Sabine the doctor does too. Okay, so Dragos, let's talk. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures. Spilling from holes in the twisted shape, the cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Dragos stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. What is it? Dragos laughs. That, my friend, is a grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for his monstrous craft. Can't help but think of what became of its crew. I love text-heavy RPGs like Disco and Torment. I really want to play Disco Elysium at some point. That seems right up my alley. I have not played Torment. I played a lot of like the Baldur's Gate stuff and things adjacent. Disco Torment sounds like an RPG. It does. I very much enjoy these sorts of things too. I love the tabletop. I built my own tabletop RPG system for my own personal use. Someday when I get to like excessive testing and like writing and I have a bunch of it written down, like actually comprised into kind of a book. Eventually putting it out there, but I love that stuff. So that's my jam. So let's see, what happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. But what happened to the ship? Not my concern, he shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching you wonder if you arrived at a similar fashion, locked inside the container, the wreck of the SNR freighter, lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Sujek, to answer that question, it's a universal system. So it works with any setting. And so essentially, what I did was I created a system where players have agency in how their players created. It's not a situation where you pick a class, you look at all of the available skills, and you plan your character's progression in that way. It's a non-linear progression system. So you build your skills that you can use. You create them. You pick them from your own imagination, but based on what kind of stats you allocate determines how many skills you have and the amount of a bonus that you receive for rolling. And then same thing with combat abilities. You create them. You can freeform it, but there's also a chart that's a balance of power that would determine how often you can use them and in how many turns and what kind of damage they do or any form of effects and these sorts of things. And then what I do separately is create settings books for particular settings and have different rule sets that can be added to them or taken away based on people's requirements. It's a modular system, so it allows for people to add and subtract. It's a thing that can be played theater of the mind or play in a grid. And because of its open-ended nature of how you create skills and abilities, you're able to make the stuff fit your particular playstyle. And then how you improve and grow is there's an optional thing that you can do with the GM, which is your it's a sheet where you lay out what you would like to do with this character, what sort of skills and abilities that you would like to learn, how your ones that you currently have, how will they grow, and then also help start to define more character traits and how that can kind of fit into the story. So that the GM has this idea now. They know you want to learn these sorts of things, that you want to have these things, so they can now build into the story a way for you to learn that stuff and have it happen more naturally. Because like when you look at something like Dungeons & Dragons, when you're a bard and you hit level 2 or level 3 or whatever, you've now attended a bard college and now you have a bard college expertise. But like, when did that happen? When did that happen in your mid-adventure? And like, well, and it's only one of two things. You have two options. It's so linear, that progression for these character classes. If you are a cleric, it's best if you're this race. It doesn't work that way here. Races aren't a thing that have an effect on stats. You can be whatever the hell you want. And so examples given in the book that I wrote is things like a mime that uses psionics. And so they can create barriers on a battle grid, invisible walls, and like that sort of thing. Like, just fun. You get to just make what you want. And it's very rules light. So like your stats go anywhere between -5 and +5. And to run this out really quickly, and sorry because I just love talking about this. Strength determines your bonuses to your health, how much damage you can take, which is actually currently a small amount, but it needs to be tweaked and just played, and I just haven't had the time to do so. And so that determines how much damage you can take, and maybe bonuses to combat. We'll see how that goes. And then you have dexterity, which determines how you the dodge defense. You have different types of defense that you can utilize, and also your initiative when getting into combat. Then you have intelligence, which determines the amount of buff that you receive for your skills that you pick. And then charisma is the amount of skills that you can learn. That's the jack of all trades, master of none. And then how rolls work is you have a single 20-sided die. If you roll a 0 to 5, or sorry, 0 to 5 is a critical failure. 5 to 10, or 6 to 10 is a failure. And then 11 to 15 is a success, and 16 to 20 is a critical success. And so that way, the modifiers that you receive for your skills, if you're skilled in a particular activity, you will typically succeed in those things, but what range of success? And then the difficulty modifiers are a subtraction to your total. Instead of being like, oh, it's a difficulty of 24 or 23 or 15 or whatever. It's just, oh, this thing is hard. So you have a -3 to your roll. And that butts up against your skill modifiers. And then combat is contest rolls. And you have different types of defense based on, you can have a defense with an armor, where you try to just tank the blow. You have defense with a shield and defense with a dodge. And you basically, if you get like critical successes in one of those three things, if you pick like, I want to try to dodge out of the way, and you roll and you get a 20, and that means that something very specific happens for that in particular. You have an ability to move yourself in the battlefield. If, for instance, you use a shield as a parry, and so you get a basic hit on the person, and damage is really simple. It's a really simple idea. It's just a set number, and numbers are low, so that people can grok them. It's not a lot of math. It's really simple stuff, and it's just something I have to test. But like, what's great about it is that it's so modular that like I've made and played around with like systems like making a Pokemon style game. Science fiction, fantasy, superheroes, that sort of stuff. Like, you can really make it work for a whole bevy of different settings. And time is just a problem. I don't have the time to write it. I don't have the time to get it all out and done at this moment. But it's a thing that I'm incredibly passionate about. It's a thing I love because I'm very much into tabletop RPGs. I think that they're incredibly fascinating and really amazing for folks. But one of the major problems that I have with them is that they are typically bogged down with a lot of things. So like, you don't have as much agency as you'd like in how your character is or how they behave and play. And the way that players' guides are defined, there's a lot of having to be really specific with rules. The process of netbooking, I have an extremely rough draft written out, highlighting the rules and that sort of thing, as well as a really basic, the most extremely basic character sheet. It's functional. It's not pretty, but it's functional. I hope to at some point write it and get it actually out there at some point. But it's something I've been working on for a really long time, and it's something I really, really love. But you get to mix it. But most modern RPGs are bogged down by things. They're bogged down by very specific progression, or are so light and fluffy that there's nothing to hold on to, but they're all still based around what the designer wants you to do. Oh, Sujak. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Talk about damage a lot, which is cool, but how does your system support non-combat politicking stuff? So this is one of the big things about why I say this is modular, right? Because you can completely throw away combat abilities. They aren't tied to... Combat abilities are not tied to skills. Or, sorry, not tied to your stats. Like, they aren't a rule set that's defined by those things, like your skills are, right? So you can make... a thing be very skill focused. Like that's what the whole point is. The whole process of this is focusing entirely on the skills that the characters create and creating stories that way, and just remove that combat completely from the equation, and then you can alter and change what affects the skills. So if you're talking about very specific things related to strength, then strength can affect those things instead of intelligence. Playing as a chaotic neutral diplomat would be great. Exactly. And but you can alter these things. So because one of the things that I wanted to do was how can I there's a tabletop RPG system called well, it's not a system, it's Unwritten. It's set in the Mist universe, and it uses Fate, a modified version of Fate that takes some stuff from like the Dresden Files and stuff like that. And I love the Mist universe dramatically, but I also really don't enjoy Fate as a system. Absolutely, yes. The whole series. Oh, Sujak. The Mist franchise is filled to the brim with lore and a Tolkien-esque level of detail in its world building. It's phenomenal. So there is actually a licensed RPG system that Scion condoned and like licensed out. And it's an interesting thing, but I don't enjoy the Fate system at all. I really, really think that it has a lot of flaws. Yes. Yeah. No. Do you know there's a Mist MMO? A real life Mist massively multiplayer online RPG. It's called Mist Online Uru Live. And that's... Yeah. It's not an MMO of the first game Mist. There's so much to this. There's a written language that takes a lot of stuff from Aramaic, and there's a whole written language, spoken language, number system, a fascinating and enticing number system, and just such intelligent game design. And puzzles that revolve around multiple players working together to solve them in these more grand or larger scale puzzles. It's really interesting. Check it out. It's free. You can go check it out. Just look up Mist Online Uru Live. They give it away for free. You can play it. And it's worth it. And they're just recently starting to introduce a lot of fan content that is being condoned for official stuff on the official servers, which is really good. But, and I wanted to see if my system would work with Mist, because that is there's not combat in that, right? And it's like, it was very easy to do. You alter some systems to incorporate puzzle solving, so giving people the ability to mechanically solve puzzles using skills and roles, if you wanted to do that. And that's kind of the larger basis and facet of that. It's really interesting. It's really cool. But yeah, I definitely have the ability. That's why it's modular. I wanted to include combat initially from the get-go as part of the base package, because typically people will want that, and they can then apply that to adventure, to just woo. But then have a detective drama where it's all about investigation and interrogation, and like how can you implement that, mechanically. And having one that is kind of like a vampire thing, but it's kind of like Vampire the Masquerade, but more emphasized on the politics of those sorts of things. How can I make that interesting and mechanic fit within that system? And it works. Surprisingly, it does. Just I need to... The biggest thing is to test it and to tweak it. Nothing ruins Vampire the Masquerade like focus on combat. Truth. That's why you play Werewolf, the Apocalypse. That's why you play Werewolf. And then you do Mage, the Ascension, where things are just weird. My favorite is Mage, the Ascension, where things are weird. We're just talking about tabletop RPGs now. We're just having ourselves a chat. Don't mind us. But that's the truth. Like, that's... Because every system I've ever used, I get frustrated with things. I get frustrated on numbers. I get frustrated on weird rule minutia. And then I get frustrated with, like, having to min-max to survive and having to compete with the GM to succeed. And I very much enjoy more of the method of communal storytelling and, you know, session zeros, that sort of thing, and allowing people to have agency in how the story is going to progress without railroading it in their favor. And incorporating interesting storytelling mechanics that allow players to have some agency in how the story is going to work and have that be a tokenized thing. So, like, I give an instance where there's a system that you can add to this that, you know how, like, in Dungeons and Dragons you give inspiration, right? For good role play and that sort of thing. It's a similar kind of thing, but what it does is you can spend those for an instant success. You don't have to roll or get an extra roll. It's an instant success on a thing that you want to do within reason. It has to be something that's kind of agreed upon at the table. Or it can be something where it gives you or another player an instantaneous failure. Again, consensual with the whole table. But what's really important is that you're making a case that it's going to provide a really interesting story. Does that failure then mean that you have to face the consequences of that failure? And how can that be interesting narratively? And people agreeing on that and then allowing them to have some kind of emphasis or some influence on that stuff. And player agency is the most important thing in all of this. I just want players to have a feeling of control in how their character is going to behave, how their character is going to work mechanically, and to not then have to sit there and argue endlessly about why something should or shouldn't work. Nate Wiki says, have you ever seen Harmony Quest? I have. It's a fun show. Very fun. Very silly. I love it. Like the fantasy setting that I have is very much influenced by stuff like Terry Pratchett and Discworld and Quest for Glory, if you ever played that. Arguing with the DM is always helpful. I know, right? Always helpful. It always works. Sorry for going on the tabletop RPG tangent and not playing the game, but, like, it's just a thing that I think is really cool. And I don't want to say any of those systems are bad. I love 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons. Like, that's the only tabletop RPG system that I actively, like, this is fun! But, like, not to say that those games are bad. Those systems are bad. They aren't. They just don't do what I like to do. Nothing. I haven't found anything. They're either too light, too heavy, and they always try to fit and conform to what the designer of the system wants you to do. And I don't like that. I don't like someone taking, like, a complete ownership on how things work. Newiki says, systems take time to learn also. Traveler's pretty interesting with the tech tree. Yeah, and that stuff can be really fun and engaging to do for a lot of people. And I don't want to say, like, you're wrong to like that. No, absolutely not. You're absolutely... If that's your yum, I am not going to yuck it. Because I want you to be happy and have fun. And that's why I also built this system the way that it is. So that way, if you want to, like, make this a war game, you have the ability to do so. And I build it in a way that makes those mechanics easy to incorporate. That's what's most important, is that ability to allow people to say, I want to expect this out of my game. Can this system do it? Yes, it can. Here you go. I want it to be all about ship combat. Okay, boom, easy. Here you go. I want it to be about raising monsters and fighting them Pokemon style. Here you go. I got you. You know, no questions asked. Taken care of. And that's the main impetus of why I built this in the way it was, because I want to play that one. That's the one I want to play. If that makes any sense. Sorry. Went on a tangent. I did tag Chatty. Hesh says, I want a high school monster dating sim. Absolutely. Kendra says 100%. There is also a tabletop RPG system that is that. It's called Monster Hearts. It's called Monster Hearts. It's totally a high school monster dating sim system. But I can absolutely, dude. Hesh, how are you, by the way, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Oh, man. Hesh. When are we playing Monster Hearts? Never! I don't enjoy the system. Powered by the Apocalypse is great and all. It's a system that uses Powered by the Apocalypse. Apocalypse. They just call it PBTA. I don't enjoy that system for me. Again, there's just these little hang-ups. Little things that are kind of weird and not defined. Sometimes things are too defined. And I'm just... This is not for me. It's just my poor brain. It can't figure it out. So why not just make my own? Why not? Right? Anyways, I'm sorry. Let's wrap up the game for the night. We'll be playing this again, I think, tomorrow night. Pretty sure I'll be spending a lot of time playing it tomorrow night. Big time. Because we finished Norco. Hesh, this is great, by the way. If you like tabletop RPGs, this is good. This is a tabletop RPG game. Watching you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside the container. Oh, we already did this, yeah. Drago squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned outside. Winter Light. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Got an upgrade point. Clear the debt and return a favor for your first friend on the eye. There's the, congratulations, you completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on your upgrading your character. Access your character menu via the arrow button at the top right screen. Okay. Arrow button on the top right screen. Here it is. Okay. So I can't increase that one right now because it's already got a +1. Agent nodes give you double data rewards. I can make that +2 now, I see. Intuit. Approach problems with awareness. Yeah, I'm putting an end to it, I think, right? Reroll all of your dice once per cycle. Yeah, let's do that. Intuit. That sounds like my jam right there. Let's finish up this cycle, and then we will call it a night. Oh, I also have the medicine too. We gotta do that. Let's wrap that up too. The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes, in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with the case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how Yatagan. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. Oh, yeah. You've never heard of Monster Prom? That is actually a thing. I thought you were just saying, like, hey, I want Monster Prom. Can you do Monster Prom? That is an actual thing. I thought you were just throwing out Monster Prom reference to that. Let's do Monster Prom. Hash, I'll do Monster Prom with you. Hey, Hash, will you be my prom date to Monster Prom? This seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. I will totally be your monster. If you could be a monster, chat, what would you be? And what other monster? It can't be the same one. What would you take to prom? What monster? I would be a creature from the Black Lagoon. A merman. Because one, I can't swim, and I'm terrified of swimming. And that would easily, if I have the ability to breathe underwater, I'd be much happier. And I would totally take to the prom. Who would I take to the prom? Oh. I'd take a Rizulka to the prom. Because one, I'm treating her classy. I'm not trying to get all handsy. But they're a drowned spirit from a jilted lover. And I'd just be like, hey, let's go. Like, have the enchantment under the sea prom. Makes sense. We're having an underwater prom. It'd be the best. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Hash says I'd be the Wolfman, because being hairy is cool. And so is Michael J. Fox. My prom date would be the Blob, but only in Slime Girl form. I mean, if the Blob can take any form they want, right? Slime Girl form? Totally. Oh, no. Hash. No. No. Bad choice, Hash. I mean, I guess it depends. How kept up are you as a Wolfman? Like, do you use a lot of product? Because, like, think about slime on that fur. That's not going to be great. It's not going to be great. That's just going to get in the fur. Oh. It's like getting Jell-O in your beard. Jell-O in your beard. Who wants Jell-O in their beard? Not me. No. Like SpaghettiOs. Ugh. In your beard. It's gross. It's gross! I'm trying to think like, man. Oh, the world of monsters going to prom. Whew. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains, which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes these passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Lenore from the Castlevania cartoons. That's a thumbs up from me. Good choice, Hash. I like it. That's classy. I can't complain. Can't complain. Passcodes? In very basic terms, yes, they sigh. Look, what matters here is that the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away, at least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I'll start with a small dose to limit the risk. Okay, let's do it. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe, and you watch, as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of the slate. Awake? Yes. Stabilizer's genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yadigan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room, and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get on your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Alright, we've got one more thing. Why are you drifting? Game. Why are you drifting? Alright, so this is safe. Forensic trawl. Investigate the winter light means picking through the systems and structures with care. It won't pay, but you may find answers. Let's just pop that in there for safe. Picking through the wrecked cutter is slow work, but you start to piece together the impact patterns and blast marks. The wrecked cutter Dragos has brought in to salvage is a history to discover if you're curious. I'm very curious. Nice. I see. So predictive reasoning. I see. So it tells you what the outcomes will be for this. +2 winner's light, +2 yard clearance. Okay, makes sense. Alright, let's go down to the house. Oh, can I save? No, okay. Want to see how this works. So I'm trying to push my energy. Okay. Good, good. So I can eat then in the morning and then fill that up. That makes sense. Okay, I need to quit. We need to call it a night. Yeah, progress. Okay, that's fine. Whew. What a game, man. Good times. Let's go find someone to raid. I want to thank everybody, by the way, for coming in. It is legitimately an absolute delight to have everybody in here hanging out. Just having a good time. I got a whole bunch of followers today, like from just hanging out on Twitter and talking to folks, which was really surprising. And a thank you to Sakanako for the resub, Audio Eric for the resub, and a big thank you to Jonah for the follow, as well as a big thank you to Butters Forever, House WD, Yak Wax Lips, and Horolivia for the follows earlier today. Thank you guys so much. Let's go find someone to raid. Let's see, who is on? Who is on? Oh, they made In Other Waters. I played that but didn't finish it. Who made Other Waters? Hesh. Who made Other Waters? You have me curious. Let's see who is on. Who can we say hello to? Let's see. Ooh. let's go say hi to Redux PDX. I haven't seen them in a while. We have to go say hi. They just had a birthday, too. So wish them a belated happy birthday. The Citizen Sleeper Makers. Oh, okay. They're playing Final Fantasy. Redux PDX. Let's make sure everything is exactly how it's supposed to be. It is indeed. Let's go say hi to them. Wish them a belated happy birthday. And I'll be back most likely tomorrow night with more Citizen Sleeper, which has been a blast. So have a good night, everybody. And as always, to humor. Cheers.